Good morning, everybody. Please sit down. Okay, agenda item 1. I would like to welcome Chaplain Raphael Duckett to the chaplaincy team leader at RNS Culdrose, who will lead us in prayer today.
Join in or not join in the prayers as you choose. If you'd like to join in, please say Amen at the end of prayers, and feel free to join in the Lord's Prayer in conclusion. Almighty God, protect all those who serve in His Majesty's forces. Strengthen us in danger and temptation. Give us courage and loyalty that we remain true to the highest traditions of our profession, and keep us steadfast when faced with perils of action in war, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. Almighty God, inspire the hearts of all people, the true love of peace, especially in those who direct the nations of the earth. May your Holy Spirit strengthen all who strive to maintain peace and resolve conflict. May your grace be given to those who seek to build bridges between people. This we ask in the name of Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. A prayer for those in government. King of kings and Lord of lords, we give thanks for those who are in public life. We pray for our King and the royal family, for the Prime Minister, Cabinet, Government and Parliament, and for all those who assist and advise them. For those who serve in local government and for all who work for local councils, be present in their deliberations and guide their exercise of political power. Cleanse every tendency of self-interest and inspire the ideal of serving others, that tactics may be tempered by compassion and decisions informed by wisdom, and our country be led into the light of your kingdom. We acknowledge our own responsibility to pray for those who govern us, and we ask you to remind all who make up the church in our land to do likewise. We pray in the name of him whose own authority flows from his readiness to serve, Jesus Christ our Lord and Saviour. Amen. We conclude with the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power and the glory, amen and ever. Amen. May the peace of the Lord and the wisdom of his Holy Spirit fill your deliberations this day. Amen.
Thank you very much. Agenda item 2. I've been notified of the following apologies for absence. Councillors Chopak, Double, Ewart, Fairman, Fitter, Guest, LeBroy, Marrington, El Pasco, Rich, Rushworth, Sawnby, Tudor, John Thomas and Daw, and late arrival of Councillors Parsons and White. Does anybody want to add any?
We've got Frost and down, I thought.
Councillor Frost.
Apologies from Councillor George for a late arrival.
Councillor Donthorne.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'll be leaving at about 11:35 to go to a midwife appointment, but I will be back.
Right, okay. Councillor Nolan.
Councillor Pete Mitchell.
Pete Mitchell.
Councillor Rowe.
Councillor Rowe.
Oh, I have a pre-arranged appointment at 1:30, so I'll have to leave here at 1:30.
Okay. Councillor Martin.
Sorry, did you have Councillor Chopak in your list there?
Yes.
Thank you.
Is that everybody? Lovely. Glad some of you have turned up. Agenda item 3, declarations of interest. In accordance with the Constitution, I will now take declarations of interest from any members for any items on the agenda. Will members please indicate any items in which they have interests and the nature of those interests. If you are aware that you have a disclosable pecuniary interest or non-registrable interest in any matter being considered on the agenda, you must disclose it, whether or not you have already entered it on the register. Do I see any hands? Councillor McGowan.
It's a point of clarification, Madam Chair. For agenda item 13.2, there's a motion to discuss the winter fuel payment cuts. And just wanted to confirm if members in receipt of the winter fuel payment cuts or those affected by proposals need to declare an interest.
Thank you. We'll deal with it after lunch. Agenda item 4, Chairman's announcements. I was delighted to host 2 civic events alongside the Lord Lieutenant earlier this month. Firstly, we held the investiture of 3 individuals, Sally Borton, David Farley and Maureen Rickard, who received the British Empire Medal, a fitting recognition to their extraordinary service to our communities. Secondly, we held a ceremony for 12 Cornish charities that have been nominated for a King's Award for Volunteers, where we acknowledged the remarkable contribution of volunteer groups. It was truly heartwarming to read and hear out their citations along with my Vice Chairman and have that opportunity to congratulate and thank the groups for their dedication and hard work. We eagerly await the announcement on Majesty's King's birthday in November. I would also like to take this opportunity to congratulate Councillor Andrew Long, who has been one of the 24 new bards welcomed to the College of Bards at the Gorseth Kernow held in Callington. This is a prestigious honour that reflects Andrew's significant contribution to promoting Cornish identity through his extensive work in the community. His bardic name is Anher Geliwek, the long one from Callington. Also to Tamsin Daniel, our Protected Environmental Landscape Manager, for her work reclaiming and restoring buildings of Cornish national identity and culture. Congratulations to you both. It's a day for the Mebby and Kernows today. Also, congratulations to Councillor Michael Bunny on winning a Teaching Excellence Award from University of Exeter, and he was nominated by his students, which makes it even more achievement special. Just a reminder that as per yesterday's email to you all, due to the technology issues around the Council's control today, there will be no webcast and it will not be available to join remotely on Teams. This is the Council's last meeting for Henry before he leaves us to pursue his judiciary career. His support and guidance have been instrumental and ensured the smooth running of Council. I personally have enjoyed working with him since he joined us at the start of 2023, and I'm sure we will all wish him every success in his new future. And finally, we have some members of the NHS here to take members' blood pressures at lunchtime. Will be set up in the long gallery. Please do go and avail yourself of their services. Agenda item 5, Leader's Announcements. Leader.
So, good morning everyone. It's nice to see you all here, and this looks like it's going to be a very busy day. I will begin these announcements with an apology for possibly jumping the gun on one of the motions submitted for today. When Cabinet met last week, the issue of the government's decision to stop the winter fuel allowance for all pensioners not in receipt of pensions credit was raised. We were unanimous in raising our fears over the potential impact this disastrous decision may have on our population, with in excess of 100,000 people expected to be affected by the policy in Cornwall alone. I therefore resolved to immediately write to the government to express our dismay at this policy and to ask them to reconsider. One of our key priorities as a council is to create a Cornwall where people can age well, and this does the opposite of that. At a time when money is tight, it is unthinkable to place some of our most vulnerable people in this position, and we must do all we can to minimise the impact it will have. Therefore, I've asked our public health team to report on the impact the decision could have, as well as making sure we are doing all we can to let the people know there is help available to those facing financial difficulties. I've also asked the government to simplify the process for applying for the pensions credit as a matter of urgency. It's a cumbersome and time-consuming task at present. I know this issue is the subject of a motion submitted for debate today, and I look forward to hearing the views of all those in the chamber, but time is of an essence, and I decided we could not wait to express our desire to see this decision reversed. We are also in communication with the government, continuing our calls for clarity on all funding going forwards. At our last meeting in July, we saw cross-party support here calling for fairer funding for Cornwall, and as promised, I wrote to Westminster outlining the unanimous nature of the demand for positive change. I am sorry to say we have not yet received a response, but I can promise we will not hesitate to keep making this point at every opportunity we get. We will also continue to drive the message for the need for further devolution for Cornwall whenever the chances arise, though the message from government once more does not seem to be what we would like to hear. We welcome the commitment to proceed with the Level 2 deal we negotiated last year, but we want more. As you are aware, we wrote a joint letter to the Deputy Prime Minister from myself, group leaders and the MPs, calling for greater powers without the need for Cornwall to become part of a combined authority. However, this does not seem to chime with the noises we hear from Westminster. Indeed, the County Council's network in its papers published ahead of next week's AGM says, the government also said it will progress the 4 non-mayoral Level 2 single deals with Cornwall, Bucks, Warwickshire and Surrey. But in doing so, the government is encouraging these 4 areas to continue working to explore the next steps towards deeper and wider devolution for their area. We take this as a code for mayoral governance and a devolution geography wider than a single county. We will continue to make the case for a Cornwall-only deal, and we believe that our status as a recognised national minority means we deserve to be treated as a unique case. And of course, the previous government were willing to do that with the Level 3 deal that they offered us last year. However, we have to wait and see exactly how this new government wants to proceed. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Agenda item 6, minutes of the meeting held on the 16th of July 2024. I will move that the minutes of the meeting held on Tuesday the 16th, 2024 are correctly recorded and that they are signed by the Chairman. I will ask my Vice Chairman to second the minutes. Councillor Rouse, will you do so?
Yeah, happy to second, Chair.
The vote will now be opened. Please vote for, against, abstain using the options on your on your microphone base.
And then we can do whatever we like, can't we? It's fun, isn't it? Until Anita stops the voting. Pick the right one at the end. Right, Alan's got his abstention up. Well done, Alan.
There you go, the votes.
And that's carried. Thank you very much. Agenda item 7, questions from the public. I'd like to take this opportunity to remind everyone that, as agreed by Council, up to 30 minutes be given for questions from the public. I will be asking the public to read out their questions. Where the member of the public is not at present, my Vice Chairman will read the question. At my discretion, a questioner who has put a question in person may ask a supplementary without notice to the member who replied to the original question. Any supplementary question that is put must arise directly out of the original question or reply. Today we have 4 questions. Question number 1. This question is from Mr. Horscroft of Truro, who is not in attendance, so I'll ask my Vice Chairman to read.
Thank you, Chair. Following the eviction of travellers from Tremorva playing field in Truro and the clean-up of waste and environmental damage, Will those responsible be fined?
I will ask Councillor Mould, portfolio holder for neighbourhoods, to reply.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This question relates to the unauthorised occupation of land owned and managed by Truro City Council by members of the Gypsy, Roma and Traveller community. It is understood that those occupying the land moved on of their own accord without action to regain possession of the land taking place. Responsibility for the cleaning of the site following the unauthorised occupation rested with the City Council, and this was undertaken. Cornwall Council incurred no costs in relation to this matter and is not investigating the deposit of any waste or litter at the time of occupation. The Council receives complaints throughout the year relating to unauthorised occupation of land. As part of the routine Council engagement with those occupying the land, advice and support is provided to encourage the appropriate management and disposal of waste so that impacts on the local community are reduced as much as possible. Anyone witnessing the dumping of waste or litter can report this to the Council's Public Protection Service. If evidence is gathered relating to identified individuals discarding litter in the public open places, action can be taken by the Council, and in some cases this can lead to the issuing of a fixed penalty fine. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Question number 2. This question is from Mr Dale of Redruth, who is not in attendance, so I'll ask my Vice Chairman to read.
What actions are Cornwall Council taking to remedy the position that finds Cornwall Council ignoring deadlines legally imposed on them by Schedule 14 of the Wildlife and Countryside Act by the Secretary of State at DEFRA, illustrated by case ROW/3319061, a restricted byway at Penhallock near Cambrai?
I'll ask Councillor Alvey, portfolio holder for environment and climate change, to reply.
Thank you, Chair. Due to demand for services outweighing available resources, Cornwall Council has implemented a priority policy for the order in which it determines definitive map modification orders, or DMMO, applications. The policy utilises a matrix scoring system derived from the Council's strategic mission of working with communities for a carbon neutral Cornwall where everyone can start well, live well and age well. Under the policy, applications that offer the greatest benefit to the public to align closely with the Council's mission will attract resources before other applications. Additionally, the priority policy recognises that applications supported by evidence of use by persons on foot, horse or motor-propelled vehicle should be processed in an expedited way to prevent loss of evidence and the ability of the Council to call witnesses to support these applications at public inquiry. The Council receives a number of directions requests each year under Schedule 14 of the Wildlife and Countryside Act 1981, and these applications are prioritised accordingly under the Council's policy. Application reference WCA 770 at Penhallock is on the Council's list of active applications because it has been made using supporting evidence of public use. It will therefore attract resources before other applications when that resource becomes available. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Question number 3. This question is from Mr Percy of Cubert, who is not in attendance, so I'll ask my Vice Chairman to read.
Planning and Affordable Housing recommend additional open market housing to a rural exception site in Cubert. This would reduce the small affordable terraced houses to less than 25% of the land take. Please supply details of any other Policy 9 sites with less than 25% affordable land take in Cornwall.
I'll ask Councillor Monk, portfolio holder for planning and housing, to reply.
And thank you for your question, Mr Percy. All planning applications are assessed on their own merits against adopted development plans and any other material considerations. This inevitably involves a balance of considerations, and it's not always possible to achieve all requirements in every circumstance. The case that is referred has been the subject to an appeal decision where the principle of development was accepted subject to the testing of viability for the provision of affordable housing only. The council does not monitor land take on exception sites, so is not able to provide this information. All planning applications are available on the council's planning portal, and therefore you will be able to undertake this research should you wish to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. Question number 4 is from Mr Atherfold of Camborne, who is not in attendance, so I'll ask my Vice Chairman to read.
Kerry Away in Camborne is not owned by Cornwall Council, who are therefore not liable for any damage caused to vehicles by its poor surface. When will Cornwall Council Highways act in the best interests of the people of Camborne and formally adopt the road?
I'll ask Councillor Donathorne, Portfolio Holder for Transport, to reply.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you, Mr Atherfold, for your question. Kerry Away is the subject of a Section 38 agreement with Vistry South West, previously Linden Homes, along with a number of other roads and works within the area. Cornwall Council have been working with Vistry and its predecessors to agree the outstanding remedial works that are required to bring these roads up to standard prior to them being adopted by the Council. These works have now been agreed following a site meeting on 12th September 24, and Vistry are now arranging for the works to be priced and programmed. Once the works have been completed to the Council's satisfaction in line with policy, the roads will be adopted. And thank you to Councillor Perry for all of your work on this as well.
Thank you. Agenda item 8, to note the result of the by-election for the Falmouth Penwyrris electoral division. I confirm that Alan Rowe, the Labour Party candidate, has been duly elected councillor for Falmouth Penwyrris electoral division. Congratulations, Councillor Rowe. Would you like to say anything?
Thank you, Madam Chair and my colleagues. It's a privilege to be here. I actually started my professional life in this building in 1986 as a post clerk, working for the Clerks Department, which is only just down the road, so I haven't come far. I'm looking forward to representing the Penwyrris residents and tenants, carrying on Jane Kirkham's hard work. Jane will be sorely missed in Penwyrris. She was such a dedicated and hard worker, and if I can live up to that, I'll be more than happy with that. I'm looking forward to working with you all, councillors and officers. Some of you I know, some of you I'll hopefully get to know in the next few years. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Agenda item 9, allocation of seats. I'll ask Councillor Colin Martin to propose and Councillor Cole to second the recommendations set out on page 21 of the agenda pack. The appendix was circulated in the supplementary pack on Friday last week. Councillor Martin.
Yeah, thank you. It did seem odd that the Conservative group got smaller, but it was all the other parties that had to give up seats to make space for the new group. But Councillor Conway was very flexible in which seats he accepted. So the conversation went much more smoothly than it needed to. So I hope that we can propose this and support this unanimously.
Councillor Cole.
Happy to second.
Please raise your hand if you wish to ask a question. Councillor Conway.
Yeah, I'd just like to thank everybody who was present at our meeting in the very good way that we worked together and the seat allocation was agreed very easily. I am aware that there are still various conversations going on that people might or might not be wishing to change parties, so there might well be a further reallocation to come. But in the meantime, I thank you all very much. And one other point, I would just like to congratulate Councillor Rowe. Welcome to the Chamber, sir. Thank you.
Councillor Morton, I don't expect you've got anything else to say, have you?
I've said plenty.
Okay, I'm now going to open the vote. Please vote for, against, abstain using the options on your microphone base.
Couple more seconds before the vote closes. Vote closed.
And that's carried. Thank you very much. Agenda item 10, designation of interim monitoring officer. I'm delighted to move the recommendation set out on page 27 of the agenda pack. I have utter confidence in his ability. He has a wealth of experience from having worked within legal and governance for many years, both with Cornwall Council and previously at Carrier District Council. He is absolutely the best person for this role. Vice Chairman, will you please second?
Yeah, more than happy to second, Chair.
Please raise your hands if you have any questions. I'll go... Sorry, Councillor German.
Madam Chairman, I know this is an interim appointment, but just from the floor to welcome this interim appointment. Mr Stokes has indeed been a long-standing servant of the people of Cornwall and of local government in Cornwall, so very happy to support the nomination. Thank you.
I'll go back to myself to sum up. We'll open the vote. Please vote for, against, abstain on your microphone base.
Closing the vote now.
Congratulations, Mr Stokes. You're going to be sitting in there on my right-hand side next meeting. It's all been carried. Thank you very much. Agenda item 11.1, contract procedure rules. I will ask Councillor Jordan to propose and Councillor Wells to second the recommendations set out on page 33 of the agenda pack. Please raise your hand if you wish to speak after the sum up. At the end of the debate, I will be going to the vote and I will be asking Councillor Jordan to sum up. So we'll go to Councillor Jordan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, let me wish you a happy birthday. And second, I'd just like to say thank you to Henry for all the work he's done to help me on the Constitution and Governance and the committee. So thank you very much. You will be missed, but I'm sure Matt will carry on. Thank you. Right. The contract procedure rules set out how the Council enters into and manages contractual arrangements with its suppliers. These rules have been updated in readiness for the new Procurement Act, which was due to commence on the 28th of October 2024. Since being presented to the Constitution and Governance Committee, the Government has announced a change to the implementation date of the Procurement Act for the new commencement date of the 24th of February 2025. This will allow time for the new National Procurement Policy Statement to be produced, which is intended to build on the transformative powers within the Procurement Act and which meets the challenge of applying the full potential of public procurement to deliver value for money, economic growth and social value. So therefore, Madam Chairman, I'd like to make a revised recommendation, and this is as follows: that the amended contract procedures rules as set out in Appendix 2 of the report be approved to come into the effect from the same date as the Procurement Act 2023 changes come into force, subject to no further changes being required following publication of the revised National Procurement Policy Statement. In the event further revisions are required, the contract procedure rules shall be taken back to the Constitution and Governance Committee for further consideration prior to adoption by this Council. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for the revised update. Councillor Wells.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and I associate my remarks that Councillor Jordan made to yourself and to Henry. I'm pleased to second the revised recommendation as read out by Councillor Jordan. This obviously does accommodate any future changes that are likely to be announced by this government, and if they are significant, they will go back to the Constitution and Governance Committee for consideration.
Please raise your hand if you wish to ask a question. Councillor Rogerson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to ask if it was possible, the Chair of the committee, on page 39, where it says 2.5.1, to channel lower value, lower risk procurement through a lighter touch process. I can understand value because obviously there'll be sums involved in that, but it's the risk element that concerns me. So I just wondered, are there a set of, or is there a set of criteria to define what is a lower risk? And if there is or isn't, who will have the responsibility for making that decision? Thank you. Thank you.
Councillor Jordan.
Madam Chair, the Council will take into consideration all risks at every level. There is no doubt about that. So I'm quite happy with that.
Councillor Andrew Mitchell.
Thank you, Chairman. Happy birthday, and thank you for my Get Well card. So following on from the last speaker, I have some concerns about what's been happening with our contractual procedures here at County Hall over the last 6 to 12 months. To be perfectly blunt, we seem to be, as members of this council, left in the dark. Now, it's procedurally set. I have no problem with this, that the Cabinet makes the decision. But what I do believe, we are going behind closed doors. And if we have a lighter touch for less risky contracts to be advertised and placed and continued with, can we not please bring in that anything above that light touch threshold actually at least gets discussed by councillors? Because we have had a fair few examples recently where all serious decisions on contracts that affect this council and the council taxpayers of Cornwall to the tune of tens, if not hundreds of millions of pounds, made without us even getting to see the detail or express our problems and issues with what the Cabinet may be being proposed to do. So I would like to move an amendment that anything that is above the light touch threshold actually has to be debated by this full council. Thank you.
Do you have a seconder? I'm bringing in the monitoring officer.
Thank you, Chair. So I think if that amendment is going to be progressed, that's a matter that's going to have to go back to C&G for further consideration, because the implications are quite severe in terms of the resource drain on the council. There's a framework put in place for the very reason that there are, I won't guess the number, there are a significant amount of contracts progressed routinely by the council, and to impose that each one comes to council above a certain threshold will be burdensome and a huge resource drain. So my advice would be not to, but if the council is wanted to go down those lines, it will need to go back to C&G for full consideration.
So I'm going to bring people in to ask questions on the amendment. Councillor Harris, is it on the amendment?
I suppose so, yes. Yes. I just wanted to point out that the value of contracts going through this council every year is about £2 billion, I'm advised. So to start bringing those through councillors just becomes absolutely impossible. We have a scheme of delegation that deals precisely with how contracts are dealt with. So if somebody wants to propose a scheme of delegation is reviewed, fine, but an individual amendment like this doesn't make sense. Thank you.
Councillor Jordan, will you accept the amendment?
No, Madam Chairman.
Okay. Councillor Desmond, you had your hand up. Will it be on the amendment or? Okay. So those on Councillor Martin?
Thank you, Chair. I thought I would reverse things for a change and speak up to agree with Councillor Harris, because he agrees with me so often. Yeah, it's absolutely right. It would be crazy for every one of those contracts to come through full council. That's not the way that an efficient democracy works. However, I do recognise the concern that sometimes it feels like things have gone through and we are all in the dark. So I think there is something to do for the C&G committee and for the administration to think about how we can find a better way of giving members visibility of what's going on. But this particular amendment, to try and burden us with the task of voting on every single contract, is not the way to do it.
Councillor Conway.
Hi, yes, I'm inclined to agree with the amendment as far as Councillor Martin has just put with it. I'm thinking particularly in respect to the airport. This is a major contract which is going out, which councillors have no say in. This isn't the same as some of the smaller ones, which, fair enough, they should go through. But where there is a major contract, I believe it should be discussed by full council and not just by a part of the council. So I'm happy to support the amendment in as much as it goes back to C&G, and I would expect C&G to take the amendment there and then to expand it a bit to say only over a certain limit or for major contracts and not for everything in the intervening period. But on that basis, I'm happy to support the amendment because these major contracts should be considered by this whole council. Thank you.
So I'm going to bring in the monitoring officer now.
Thank you, Chair. So the amendment would be that the contract procedure rules be referred back to the Constitution and Governance Committee for further consideration. So that's a fairly stark contrast. I think if the proposer was so minded and the chair of C&G was so minded, there could be a piece of work around what thresholds and the delegation piece separate from this proposal. But at the moment, that's the amendment.
Councillor Mitchell.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. So, obviously my mistake and my bad English to not make myself perfectly clear. I never said that every contract should come back before full council. I had 12 years as a procurement officer and manager. I know that would be ridiculous, but there is a limit, as the last speaker just said, where we actually need to be involved. Doing everything behind closed doors, which unfortunately seems to be the way this administration has gone over the last 12 months, is not conducive to good governance and good value for the taxpayer of Cornwall. And the example given by about the airport is a prime one. We really, I still don't know exactly what is being proposed because I haven't been informed or given any information to make an informed decision on. And I just believe that is wrong. What I'm talking about is open and clear governance on how we spend the taxpayers' money or get best value. I have no problem with the ultimate decision still being made by Cabinet. That's what the rules say. It's actually what I support. But for a certain limit, and I would welcome the committee to have a look at it again and discuss this if that's the way the council wishes to go. I think it's a good route. Actually, there should be a figure where if a contract is going to be let above that, we need to know about it. And we need, more importantly, to discuss it. Thank you.
Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Chair. I think to Andrew Mitchell's point, Councillor Mitchell's point, and it's nice to see you back, Councillor Mitchell. We publish details of every contract over £500. We publish all our contracts in a forward plan. If you go, and it is publicly available, there is a procurement forwards plan by directorate on the council's intranet, or it's publicly available. Thank you. So that information is there already.
Okay, Councillor Mitchell. So the amendment that our monitoring officer read out, are you in agreement with that?
I'm happy to say that that's a much better route and it goes back to the committee. Thank you.
Councillor German. Okay, so we're going to go to the vote on the amendment. You have your screen open now. For, against or abstain, please vote now.
Sorry, but bear with a sec, member. So the amendment that was on the screen when the vote was about to open is now changed to the original. So bear with us a second. Yeah, we have to revote. Yeah, So we can recess it, please. Yeah, so that is the amendment now, that the contract procedure rules be referred back to the Constitution and Governance Committee for further consideration. So that's the amendment.
Are we opening now?
Yeah.
And we're open now to vote. Councillor White?
No, I've messed everything up.
I'm about to close the vote.
And that is lost. Okay, going back to the speakers on Councillor Jordan's. So it's Councillor Desmond.
Thank you, Chair. And I would like to add my congratulations on your birthday as well. Happy birthday to you, Chair. If I could now turn to the current topic, and on page 39, paragraph 2.5.6, it says, provide focus on commercial preference by supporting local suppliers. That is an outstanding contribution to our procurement processes. I've been battling this matter for quite some time, and I had the pleasure of working with who is now a Member of Parliament, Councillor Jane Kirkham, on an amendment to seek to do just this in the last administration. And they refused to hear that motion and put it into the long grass. We finally, as this administration has set out to do, prepared to support our local businesses, our Cornish skills, our enterprise, and I congratulate our wonderful committee on coming up with this inclusion in this important process. But I'd like to add one amendment, if I may. I'm sorry to be doing this, but it is this. To assess the performance of this procurement strategy at 2.5.6, with quarterly reports on success of the focus on local suppliers against the tendering thresholds on page 41. Thank you, Chair.
Do you have a seconder? Okay, we're going to have to, you're going to have to send that over because that needs to go up on the screen.
Chair, I don't have it in email format, but I'm happy to come over and provide it to you as a copy on my notes. Yeah,
so Chair, if I may, so I think what's being proposed is effectively a monitoring of the effectiveness of a part of the new rules, which is distinct from what is actually being proposed, which is to adopt new rules. So I think that the suggestion probably ought to be taken away by officers and the portfolio holder to ensure that that is the case, rather than it being a part of the recommendations before you. So if there's a commitment that would be possible to be done, then I think that would overcome your proposal.
So to be clear, my proposal is to assess the performance of this procurement strategy with quarter reports on success of the focus on local suppliers against the tendering thresholds referred to on page 41. That isn't something we can debate today. That amendment needs to be put to the administration to review and decide on. Is that what you're saying, sir?
No, I'm not saying you can't. I just think it makes sense that that's effectively an operational point as opposed to the resolution, which is about adopting the new procedure rules to take effect from when the Procurement Act comes into effect. It's a follow-on consequence, and the paragraph you're referring to is just one element of the rules that are being adopted. So what you're after is a performance of the rules. So yes, you can. The council could if it was so minded, but it seems to me actually it's better just to be taken away as an action that will happen by officers if they're prepared to give that commitment.
Is that the mood of the administration? Then that's what I will bow to, sir. Thank you very much.
Do we have any other speakers? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Councillor Worth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just on this point, and I mentioned it in Cabinet last week, already with CoreServe, we are already in a position of positioning our business with over 70% of Cornish companies, and we are moving and striving towards 80. So it is certainly something, and you can pick it up from the CoreServe business plan, which you'll pick up from the minutes and the agenda of that meeting, the actual details on the number. But I'm pleased to say it is already a strategy of the CoreServe group.
Councillor Jordan, do you have anything to say?
Nothing further to add, Chair. I think it's said enough on that one.
Okay, so we will now go to the vote. Are we open?
So that is substantive. Yeah.
Okay, going to the vote. For, abstain, against.
Couple more seconds for those.
And that's carried. Thank you. Agenda 11.2, pavement lights licensing. I will ask Councillor Jordan to propose, Councillor Wells to second their recommendations set out on page 71 of the agenda pack. Councillor Jordan.
Thank you, Chair. The temporary provision relating to pavement licensing, which was introduced during the COVID pandemic, have now been made permanent. The recommendation to Council is the function should sit under the Licensing Act Committee or a subcommittee thereunder, and that the Constitution is updated to this effect. Members will appreciate the Licensing Act Committee already deals with alcohol licensing and street trading, and so best placed to consider the matter of pavement licensing. So I move the recommendation, Madam Chairman.
Councillor Wells.
Madam Chairman, I'm pleased to second the motion. It does make much more sense that this is followed. I gather that the Chairman of the miscellaneous licensing as well as the other licensing companies are both in agreement with this change, and it makes it just more efficient. So I'm happy to second.
Do you have any speakers? Yeah. Councillor Lennox-Boyd.
Thank you, Chair, and happy birthday to you. As I sat on both committees, I agree with the recommendation to Council that the Licensing Act Committee or a subcommittee created to deal with the function of pavement licences, as I only remember one coming to committee, and it was an objection to a pavement licence attached to a public house. So I agree with the officers, it sits better in the Licensing Act Committee. Thank you.
Councillor Jane Pascoe.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and once again, many happy returns for today. Have one on me later. Thank you to the Constitution and Governments Committee for consideration, and as Chair of Miscellaneous Licensing, I am very happy to support that this function does go to the Licensing Act Committee. The Licensing Committee, I fully understand, are better equipped to deal with these applications, as often they involve alcohol sales. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Councillor Andrew Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I certainly have no problem with licensing being the responsible committee here at County Hall to deal with these applications. What my concern is relating to infringements. To be perfectly honest, in St Ives, other than dogs on beaches, the main reason why I get stopped walking along Wharf Road in St Ives is how comes he's allowed to have those bloody tables on the highway. I have, as I say, I have no problem who issues the licences. I'd like to know what this council intends to do about enforcement and actually picking up where they don't have a licence but still put the tables out. Highways up to date have been pretty poor in enforcement action, and to be perfectly blunt, so has planning enforcement. And that has fell between two different departments, both who say it's the other department's responsibility. We get nowhere, and businesses who hugely increase their turnover because they're putting tables out on the highway aren't paying us even a penny in extra business rates. So I think that's something that we should be looking at. But what I really want to do today is find out not just who issue the licenses, but who actually will be responsible for enforcement, because up to date, this council's been pretty poor at it. Thank you.
I think, Councillor Mitchell, maybe that's a question to one of the portfolio holders later on in the day. Okay. Councillor McGowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a related question in terms of the administration of licences, and maybe a question for the Chair of Licensing Committees regarding the licensing of pop-up venues that's occurred over the last 12 months. And a question where these licences sit and where they're determined, and whether that should also be as part of the licensing or sub-licensing committee. There's some issues in Falmouth where pop-up licences have been granted. They're unrelated to street licensing, but do have an impact, and there doesn't seem to be appeared to be a joined-up approach across the council in terms of different licences that are being granted for these particular areas.
Councillor McGowan, I'm going to stop you as well. I think maybe this is for the last hour to ask the portfolio holders. We're actually debating this at the moment, so if we can just move on, that'd be great. Thank you very much. Have we got any more questions? Okay, Councillor Jordan, do you want to sum up?
Madam Chairman, it's all said.
Okay, so we're going to be going to the vote shortly. Okay, it's now open. Please vote for, against, abstain.
Couple more seconds for those who haven't voted. Votes closed.
And that's carried. Thank you very much. Agenda item 11.3, composition of the Chief Officer's Employment Committee. I'll ask Councillor Jordan to propose, Councillor Wells to second the recommendations set out on page 79 of the agenda pack. Councillor Jordan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The recommendation is to update the Constitution to reflect that where a group has a seat on the committee, the expectation is that its group leader should be the first nomination to the committee. For the avoidance of doubt, Madam Chairman, the leader of that group can nominate someone else to take their place should they wish to. This seeks to give effect that the current position recognise the importance of the business that the committee transact. It should be noted that members sitting on this committee should complete necessary training, and that any substitute during the business recruitment selection, long listing, shortlisting, interview as set out in Article 19. Therefore, I move recommendation 1 and 2, Madam Chair.
Councillor Wells.
Madam Chairman, I'm pleased to second this motion. This is regularising and codifying current practice, and it does seem to make sense that we do sort of set out how this should be proceeded in black and white. But as the chairman of my committee has just said, substitutes are permitted for this particular committee should the group leader not be able to attend the meetings.
Do we have any questions? Councillor Martin.
Yeah, before I get into actually making a point about whether it's right or wrong, I just want to be really clear on what's being said here about appointing a nominee to take the place. Are we saying that if, for example, I, as the leader of my group, said, well, actually, I know I'm not going to have the time, I've got sort of teaching commitments or whatever, so on a standing basis, I'm going to nominate this person to be my replacement? Or are you saying that on an ad hoc basis, meeting by meeting, I can say, it's my seat, but today I'm sending a substitute? Because the consequence is very different. Which is it?
Councillor Jordan.
Madam Chairman, I said for the avoidance of doubt, could nominate another person. So I would assume no, it's not safe to assume because that makes an ass out of you and me. It should be safe that the leader can nominate another person to take their place, not ad hoc anybody, just one other person if they can't take it.
So then, what is the difference between the current situation, where I, as group leader, can nominate anybody I want to take the seat on the committee, versus what seems to be proposed, which is the first seat has to come to me as group leader, but then I can nominate someone else to fulfil that on an ongoing basis? I fail to see what we've changed here.
Bringing the monitoring officer in.
Yeah, thank you. So it is to codify what is effectively happening in practice, which is given the importance of this committee, the role that it performs in terms of the recruitment of chief officers and the chief executive's appraisal, that it's right to codify that actually the group leaders who are versed in those important sort of wide-ranging, higher-level conversations are involved in those processes. So it's codifying what's already happening. But yes, we have to recognise that occasionally the group leader may not be able to attend, and the substitute process, as set out in the Constitution and applies to other committees, would be what happens. So there is a safety net for when the group leader can't, but it does reflect the importance of the group leader in those conversations and those appointment processes.
I'm really sorry to be asking for clarification again. We've used the word occasionally now. So is it my seat on an ongoing basis and on an ad hoc basis, occasionally when I can't make it, I send a substitute? Or am I able to say, as the group leader, I don't think I'm the right person to do this. There's someone else who on an ongoing basis will be better suited to do that. And therefore, I'm able to say from the start of the year, this person is doing it. Will I be able to do that under these new rules?
So the expectation is that the group leader sits as the nominated person on the committee with a substitute who would step in if the group leader can't make it.
Councillor Harris.
Sorry, this is completely unclear. And the monitoring officer just said, with the expectation. Well, you don't have rules in council based on expectations. So, is it the fact, and I just want to be clear here because it's not been clear, that group leaders must sit on the Chief Officer's Employment Committee, but may, when they cannot attend, appoint a substitute? Or is it, as I think Councillor Jordan introduced this, that, which makes the thing a nonsense anyway, that the first person possibly from a group to go on the committee should be the group leader, but the group leader can nominate somebody to have that seat on the committee, not as a substitute, but that seat, because we are very unclear right now.
So the group leader should have the seat on the committee.
So I'm sorry, Chair. Sorry, the group leader should have a chair on the committee. Please, can we be clear? The group leader must, by council rules, have a seat on the committee, or should have a chair on the committee, in which case, should he decide not to have one, he can nominate somebody else. There is a huge difference. Please, can we be clear?
So the group leader, if the council wants to say must sit on the committee in terms of the constitutional requirements, that is the gift. But the wording that was proposed is should.
Councillor German.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The recommendation to Council is a nonsense. What we have in the Constitution already allows the Chief Officer's Employment Committee to work in the way that it does by convention. So there's no amendment. I just urge colleagues to join me in voting against the recommendation. Thank you.
Councillor Frost.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and happy birthday as well. Sure you can not get sick of hearing that today. So I have to echo sort of Councillor German here, because this does sound like a complete nonsense. So for argument's sake, the group leader sits on that committee, yet for every meeting can't make it and sends a substitute, and that substitute just happens to be someone particularly skilled at holding that sitting on that committee, they can do that. So that's technically allowed. So really, by making this change, you're changing nothing. You just have to do it in a different way by making sure your substitute is the right person for the job. and the group leader just doesn't attend, which makes this whole process a complete and utter nonsense.
So sorry, Chair, just to clarify. So if you had one seat as a group, you would be required to put your group leader on with a nominated substitute. If you have more than one seat on the committee, the first seat gets filled by the group leader, and then you can nominate as you like, and again with substitutes. So that is what is proposed, and it is a requirement that the group leader fills the seat. Yes, there is the ability for substitutes to come and sit if the group leader can't make it, but what it is reflecting is the importance of the group leader in this role as sitting on the COEC committee.
Councillor Martin.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So now we've established that this is to require. It's not a should. The word should is not in there. It is a requirement. Here's my comments on that proposal. The whole premise of what's being said here is that when we're choosing someone for an important job, the person who knows best is the group leader. Well, I support that. And so in choosing the important job of who should sit on the Chief Officer's Employment Committee, I think the choice should be down to the group leader, not to the Constitution. So that if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Please, let's not waste any more time. Let's throw this one out. The system was working perfectly well as it is. Let's get on with something more useful.
Councillor Conway.
Yeah, I'm agreeing with Councillor Martin on this one. Why? Because if after the next election the non-aligned group has 40-odd seats, yeah, all right, I'm a comedian, fair enough. But if that was to happen, and on my 40 seats, there is one person who is an absolute expert on recruitment and retention and that sort of thing, that should be the person who should do it because they have the qualification for doing it. Just because I'm an old retired ex-tax inspector doesn't give me better qualifications on that than someone else who could be on my group who knows and that is their field of expertise. So I'm agreeing in that it should be the most qualified, correct person for the job who's on it, who might not necessarily be a group leader who is qualified in their own right to follow their own group. Thank you.
Councillor Frank.
Thank you. I spoke against this at the Constitution and Governance Committee, and the monitoring officer is correct that it codifies current practice, but in previous administrations, it wasn't automatically the group leader that sat on the Chief Officer's Employment Committee. And I think Councillor Conway is absolutely correct. There may be somebody who's an HR expert within the group that would be better placed than the group leader to take part in the committee.
Yeah.
Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, I want to thank Councillor Conway for giving this chamber a chortle at his idea of 40 people after next May. Secondly, I regretfully have to say I agree with Councillor Martin.
Councillor Jordan.
Madam Chairman, perhaps we ought to withdraw this and refer it back to the committee for further discussion. Perhaps.
If there's no other speakers and you want... Oh, Councillor Barnes.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I would have asked Councillor Harris to speak into the microphone as I have a hearing impairment today, but I have to say I'm quite glad I missed it. And I also have to say... It says I'm currently speaking. If only others kept quiet, they could listen, perhaps gain some wisdom. I'd just like to say, Madam Chairman, listen to this debate. It's been like is a reminder of some of the Marx Brothers films, and perhaps members should think before they speak. Thank you.
Okay, if there's no more speakers, I've just spoken to the monitoring officer and he said that he still thinks that it should go to the vote, and that's down to the members. So, Councillor Desmond.
If that was a proposal from Councillor Jordan, I wish to second that motion.
No, Madam Chairman, we'll go to the vote. It wasn't a proposal, it was just a suggestion.
Okay, we're going to open up now, yes? Opening up the vote? Yeah, here we go.
Couple more seconds. Vote is closed.
And it's lost. Thank you. Agenda item 11.4, leave of absence requests. I'll ask Councillor Jordan to propose and Councillor Wells to second the recommendations set out on page 85 of the agenda pack. Councillor Jordan.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. It'd be lovely to win them all, but you can win some, you lose some. Anyway, this recommendation proposes the delegation of the leave of absence request to the Standards Committee. This is considered the appropriate decision-making route because the committee is a smaller body due to the sensitivity of such requests and the fact that the responsibility links with the other responsibilities of the committee in respect of members' conduct and ethics. The committee also considered a proposed special leave policy, which is attached at page 93 of the agenda pack. This is designed to support members ahead of a formal leave of absence process. Although this has operated informally previously, it is considered that it would provide greater clarity to members should they require it. These requests would not require a formal decision as they do not fall under Section 85 of the Local Government Act 1972. The recommendation is that this policy be supported and recommended to the Independent Remuneration Panel for inclusion in the Members' Allowance Scheme in the future. So therefore, Madam Chairman, a formal process would start and to be explored at the 3-month period, which is agreed procedure with group leaders. If Council agrees a special leave policy of any consideration by the Independent Remuneration Panel, or IRP, will be placed in the Members' Handbook for ease of reference. The special leave policy is similar to the agreed parental leave policy already in the Members' Allowance Scheme. Terms are being designed to support members in specific circumstances. Therefore, Madam Chairman, I move recommendation 1 and 2.
Councillor Wells.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm happy to second this. It does make much more sense for this to be considered by a smaller body, often considering sensitive issues that might be before it about a particular member's circumstances. And I think it just makes sense rather than it being considered by the whole council. There was unanimity in the committee on this, and I hope that members will be able to support it.
So if you'd like to speak, please put your hand up now. Thank you. Councillor Dwelly.
Thank you, Chair. In a way, I wonder if it's a good thing that this meeting isn't being broadcast. We seem to be allowing it to be dominated by process discussions about ourselves because there's nothing on the agenda. There's nothing substantive today, as far as I can tell, that really matters. We're not debating the future of Cornwall Airport, for example. We're not talking about what this council could be doing about pensioners and fuel. There's no proposals from the administration on that. So we're talking about processes. It's embarrassing. And I'd like to say on this particular one, given that there's politics around how many people get to vote in this chamber, given that there's obviously a very small majority, and as far as I'm aware, it may have already disappeared or shortly will, this looks to me like an attempt to fill this chamber with discussion around this sort of process stuff and try to hang on to control rather than about what's best for members. It's a really important thing that we do have a full council debate whether we allow our members who were elected to continue to be on the payroll and do what they do if they don't come to this chamber. And there are some councillors who make the effort to come to avoid that happening. So for me, I think it's another one that shouldn't have ever come through Constitution and Governance, and I'd like to see less of our meetings dominated by this sort of process talk. So I, for one, would urge everyone to vote against this. Thank you.
Councillor Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your assistance regarding the portrait of King Charles III. I can report that the Town Council agreed that we will hang that picture, the cost of which is another story. Is it possible, a couple of questions within what I would want to say, is it possible to split 1 and 2 up? Because I have no problem with number 2, but certainly with number 1, I have grave concerns. It's almost an existential question. Why are we here? And I mean that in not necessarily a philosophical sense, but we are here to deal with important issues of our peers. And to the best of my memory, I think we've only dealt with this about 3 or 4 times in the 7 years I've been here. And if it were myself asking for a leave, a request to leave, I would want you, my peers, to make that decision and not to send it to allegedly a smaller committee, but certainly a committee where there are members of that committee, as I understand, who wouldn't necessarily all be Cornwall councillors. So within that, is it possible for me to be given the guarantee that the other people who are not Cornwall councillors would not be involved in that decision? Because some of the issues, we have sat and listened to them on more than one occasion recently, are very, very sensitive. And I think within ourselves, that sensitivity, as we go into committee, are really held personal and looked after. So I've asked a couple of questions within a reason why I will not be supporting item 1. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So are you proposing that we split 1 and 2? Is it a proposal?
If that's necessary, yes, I'm happy to propose. Looking for a seconder.
Sorry, can I just clear that you're looking to accept number 1 but reject number 2? Otherwise, so reject
no,
number 1.
I'm asking that in the vote they are separated. My personal view would be to reject that, but that's not the issue. The issue is separating 1 and 2, so members can make a decision on each one. I will be supporting 2, but not supporting 1.
Oh, I see.
Councillor Jordan, are you happy to split 1 and 2?
To be quite honest, Madam Chairman, the committee decided that this was the way forward. It's not in my remit to split them because the committee decided. Now, we've had a few this year that have come to full council. I hope Councillor Dwelly is never in a situation where his private life is going to be discussed in public. That's my concern. You know, the Standards Committee will meet. It could meet
point of order. Sorry, we're not suggesting anything's discussed in public. As you well know, Councillor Jordan, when these matters are discussed, it's in private.
If you'd let me finish.
Well, can you acknowledge that, please?
Can we...
Yes, okay, Councillor Dwelly. But the thing is, Madam Chairman, the Standards Committee would go into part 2, it would be discussed, and if necessary, referred to full council for a final decision.
Councillor Martin.
Thank you. First of all, I don't see any problem with taking them as 2 separate votes. One doesn't depend on the other, so I hope that the Chair will allow that to be done that way. The point about whether, when we discuss it as a group of 87, it's in public or not, unfortunately, experience has shown us on a number of different issues that even when we turn off the cameras and exclude the press and public, some people in this room seem unable to keep things confidential. And so I think there's a valid argument for closing the group down that discusses this. The bigger issue actually with these leave of absence requests is they're really difficult. We naturally know the individual's concern, and we've had them from multiple different groups. This is 100% not a party political point. We all feel often there's health issues going on, so we feel a great deal of sympathy. And our tendency is that we want to vote to be supportive of the individual who's poorly. Unfortunately, that's not actually what the vote is meant to be based on. The vote is meant to be based on what's in the best interests of the residents of the division of the member concerned. And so that means that sometimes a really difficult decision has to be made to say, this person doesn't look like they've got a realistic chance of being back on duty anytime soon, and their residents will be best served by them stepping aside and having a new councillor. That's particularly difficult to do when there's dozens of us all in the room together. When I've seen these come up before, we've had barely 2 minutes of discussion on them before they've all been waved through. So I think putting it to the Standards Committee, who do have to make these difficult decisions from time to time, I think that is the right way to do it, as long as they remember their primary purpose is to do what's in the best interests of the residents, not just what's in the best interests of the member. Thank you.
Councillor German.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I wholeheartedly support the views of Councillor Mike Thomas, so I won't re-say what he said, but to echo his request for taking 1 and 2 separately, which of course the committee didn't, C&G didn't specify that they had to be voted on together. But the additional point that I wanted to make was that within the report to C&G, it did note that the Standards Committee meets less often and may need, therefore may need to have special meetings of Standards Committee, whereas the report said that given the meeting frequency of full council, it was more likely that that could just be part of the general workflow of full council. It's previously been dealt with by full council. I think we here would all agree that we've dealt with it sensibly, that any confidential information has remained confidential, so I see absolutely no reason why we should change that process. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Councillor Conway.
Yeah, I'll be very brief. There's 2 points I'd like to make. First of all, Section 85 of the Local Government Act requires that the council makes a decision, and I'm just looking for an assurance that this is something that can legally be delegated to a committee. And the other point I'd like to make is we have one councillor who's currently on leave, and I think this whole chamber would just like to wish him the very best at this time. So, Kevin, we're thinking of you at this time. You're in our thoughts and prayers, and that's all I'd like to say. Thank you.
So, Chair, we're content that it is something that can be delegated to another committee.
Councillor Jenkins.
Yeah, thank you. I have some concerns about this. The function of the Standards Committee is a quasi-legal function. It's not a human resources function. And admittedly, things are dealt with that are very sensitive and are dealt with in closed session, but the framework for that is not a human resources framework. So I fail to see how within our constitutional setup as it is set, that this function could be automatically delegated to a Standards Committee. I think the Standards Committee would have to change its roles and functions in order to be able to do that. As Councillor Thomas says, we have independent lay people on there, but those independent lay people are looking at standards in public life. They're not looking at essentially councillor support, human resources issues. And I think this whole discussion highlights the problem that we have for councillors and as councillors is that we have no support structure for human resources. We have discussions about whether we can actually access support structures within the council, like occupational health, and sometimes we're told we can and sometimes we're told we can't. There is nothing that specifically supports councillors within this council. I think there should be. I'm not sure that it should be a subcommittee of Standards Committee. I think it maybe should be something different that actually is coming through our member allowances pot or whatever, that there is some sort of human resources support for councillors. I see no problem with the people who are on Standards Committee at the moment being able to deal with sensitive issues, but I'm not sure that's their role. And I'd like really some guidance from the monitoring officer on that, because we're talking not about behaviour of councillors, we're talking about support or needs of councillors, and that's something different from what we do at the moment. So I am concerned about that item 1.
Thank you. I mean, to be fair, sorry, Chair, through you, to be fair, it doesn't make a difference whether it's standards or in here, it's the same point. So council's being asked to make that decision, standards committee's being asked to make a decision. It's the same member body, well, not the same body, it's a different member body, but the same issue pervades both. So the remit of the committee can be changed to incorporate making decisions like that. That's perfectly permissible. The difficulty is that hitherto, reports just came through to this body saying, please grant a leave of absence. And they were very bland, they didn't say anything. But this is a deteriorating position, and I'll say nationally, but lots of issues are cropping up now that are having to be discussed in a way that hasn't been the case before. And it's not felt appropriate that it is dealt with just on an officer say-so, that members need to be involved. But is that right that 87 members sit and do that, or a small body where it can be done bespokely in a much more sensitive setting? And the view is that the Standards Committee is the right body to take that decision rather than having that aired out in here. So whether it's standards, whether it's full council, it doesn't make a difference. The skill element is required either way, but on a smaller group where that can be dealt with more sensitively, it is felt to be the right way. And the information can be aired there in a, as I say, in a more sensitive way rather than it having to be dealt with as it has been before, which was relying on an officer say-so, which didn't seem to be particularly palatable.
Madam Chairman, if I could just come back on that, because I totally agree a small group of people looking at sensitive issues and then recommending it to full council is the way that we should go. What I'm not convinced is that should be a committee of Standards Committee as it's set up at the moment. Standards Committee is a politically balanced committee. I think, you know, if there is some committee that's looking at issues with councillors, then all group leaders or all, you know, representatives of all groups should be on it, for instance. There should be proper human resources support to that committee, not just legal support. So I, for one, would prefer that Constitution and Governance took it back and looked at what was actually needed and how it could be constituted, and not try and fit it into another committee.
Right, I know I've got other speakers, but Councillor Jordan, I'm going to bring you in just for a second.
Yeah, I'd like to carry on where the monitoring officer said, because a smaller committee can deal with HR. They can bring in outside officers to look at it and talk confidentially about that person. How many of us in this room actually know about HR, have actually sat on HR, know what HR is all about? Not many of us. Whereas a committee, and I believe the Standards Committee is very non-political. It deals with things as they should be dealt with, not politically. And I think the Standards Committee, as a smaller body, could bring in somebody that could talk about the subject, talk about the person in confidence, and give the Standards Committee a better point of view than trying to deal with it here when we've all got different points of view.
Before I go any farther, as chairman, I've decided that I am going to split these two items. So the people that I've got on the list to speak, if it's supporting that, then perhaps you don't need to speak. But the next one is Councillor Long.
Morassi, thank you. My concern is based upon the fact that we're going to be asking a committee to make a decision that denies somebody a councillor role. Because they could make a decision that that person is not accepting that 6-month rule, and that person could then lose his role or role as a councillor. Now, I think that is a role for this council to make. It is not a role for 10 people to come to. That is such an important issue that it must be dealt with by us as full council in part 2, so with the exclusion of the press and public, and we're all responsible then to make sure that those decisions and those discussions and that information is private. We're all adults. We can make that decision. But it must be, I cannot agree with that being made, that something is so important that it could deny an administration of majority. It could deny a group. That is not something that should be made by a committee. A recommendation from a group, from a subcommittee to full council, absolutely, if you want to do that. But that is not something that should be made. And I'm really concerned as to where this is coming from, that it's brought to the Standards Committee and then to council. This is not the first time this has happened, and I'm really quite concerned about that. But on the principle of this point, that decision should be made by us, and it should not be made by a selected group of 10. Thank you.
Councillor Wells.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I was purely going to answer Councillor Thomas's point with regard to the lay members on that committee who currently do not have a vote on that committee. So that was just wanted to make that clear, that it would be the members of the committee who are councillors who would be actually voting. Thank you.
Councillor Desmond.
Having heard the discussion so far, I believe the points I wanted to raise have been raised and answered, so I will stand down. Thank you.
Councillor Frost.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess it's a kind of a moot point the more I thought about it, but I will ask just in case. And it's about the right of appeal. If a member has a decision laid against them, do they have a right to appeal that decision, whether it be full council or standards? Because actually, I came in here thinking that actually going down to a smaller committee with sensitivity was probably the right thing. But here in the debate, now I'm not so sure. So I'm quite struggling with this one. But I think ultimately a decision is made about a member. Do they get a right to appeal, or do they just have to turn up to a meeting within that 6 months to make sure they carry on? I just thought I'd pose that question.
So that's the answer. They would have to turn the meeting. There's no right of appeal.
Councillor Jordan, were you going to say that?
Yeah, well, just about, I was going to ask the monitoring officer, could we add into this first resolution and refer to full council after decision made by the Standards Committee?
So there's an issue over timescales and whether or not that can be facilitated. So yes, you could. I think that part of the difficulty and recognising the role that the Standards Committee does in that sort of non-political sense when you're talking about members' behaviour is that actually by putting it into the Standards Committee, you remove it from the political arena of 87 in here. Now, I'm not saying that 87 here wouldn't do it, but it makes it a safer course to have it in that smaller group and take it out of this environment. You could include a referral back to full council. I think if that's the view, I would send it back to the C&G for further consideration, because I think that's going to have some difficulties, not least in terms of timing, as I've said. And I think just to answer in terms of the political balancing point, it would be Standards is a committee of this council, and if you set up another group, it would be the same issue. It is a committee of the council and would be subject to political balancing rules.
Councillor Wills.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I was re-elected as Chairman of Standards back in July, and I have not been consulted on this at all. As far as I'm aware, neither have any members of the Standards Committee. This has obviously come from Constitution and Governance. And I do wonder whose idea it was. Was it thought up in a back room by officers who said, oh, well, what can we put on the Constitution and Governance Committee agenda this time round? Oh, I know. Let's put this on and see what happens there. And the Constitution and Governance Committee have looked at it and thought, oh, we'll stick it with Standards. Well, Standards is not the place for it. Standards looks at adult social complaints, children's social complaints, complaints to local government ombudsman, what can be done to make things better, a better customer experience, how we can bring to account service directors when things go wrong. That's the idea. It's not there to look at whether or not members have gone over the 6-month rule and what, or if they're ill, should they then be declared against the 6-month rule and lose their place. That's a decision for all of us to make in a fair and just way when it is brought to our attention and we sit and debate it. I can remember, there have been several in the last 3.5 years councillors who have fallen ill, who have all had our respect, our care, and our wishes for full recovery. Not all of them did fully recover, unfortunately, and some of them still are in the process of recovery. But it's only right and proper that all members of this council should have the right to look at the evidence, and I don't believe it's right to put it to the Standards Committee where 10 out of the 20 members will have a vote. I know they are not political, that's absolutely right. The Standards Committee is there to do the job that it does, but I think this is maybe just a little step too far.
Councillor Arthur.
Yeah, I was just going to say, leave it alone. I mean, if I, heaven forbid, or
and falls whether it goes to standards or not. I think that the issue has been of some of the difficulties of having to deal with some of the issues that are now starting to come out around illnesses that are becoming much more prevalent than has previously been the case. And actually some of the difficulties of officers having to try and deal with that, which is why it was felt to be appropriate that it was dealt with in a member committee rather than coming out from officers. But obviously you will all decide how you want that to go forward.
Councillor Barnes.
Thank you, Chair. I think of this as a trade union representative, that if I was asked to support someone who was going, I would want to know if the members who are applying would have what rights. And so if there was going to be discussed, would they have the right to attend that meeting?
The irony being that if they attended the meeting, they wouldn't need the leave of absence. But the report that is presented, as you will know, details what can be presented, bearing in mind various restrictions, data protection, sensitive data. We present it in a balanced as way as we can. So the member is involved in the preparation of or at least the detail that is contained within the reports.
Yeah, spoken like a true lawyer, you spoke for quite a while and not said anything, really. And if I was a judge, I would say to you, answer the question, yes or no. If a member is asked to go before a panel, do they have the right to attend?
Well, yes, they do. And if they did, they wouldn't need the leave of absence.
Exactly.
If there's no more questions, I'm going to go back to Councillor Jordan to sum up.
Thank you, Chair. Having listened to the debate, had this debate taken place at the Constitution and Governance Committee, maybe we would have come up with a different answer. Nobody turned up. I mean, they could have come in on Teams and said something. They could have attended and said something. Nobody has ever... I know Hillary, yes. But there was very little against this. Now, today, we're hearing a lot of things, and it's actually made me think of it in a different manner. Maybe we didn't get it right. But I didn't hear any objections at the committee apart from Councillor Frank. So we made a decision based on what we heard at the time. Maybe number one will get thrown out and number two will go through. I don't know. But had we had the discussion at the Constitution and Governance, maybe we would have made a different decision. I don't know.
Okay, so we're taking items 1 and 2 separately. So item 1 is going to be going up shortly. Ready to vote?
I'm about to close the vote. Oh, Chairman's casting vote.
Okay, well, it's down to me, and I voted for, so I've got to stick with it. So there you go. Thank you. That one has gone through. So we're going to item 2 now. We've opened the vote. Vote now, please.
A couple more seconds, members. Vote's closed.
And that one's carried. Thank you very much. Item 12.1, review of statement of principles under the Gambling Act 2005. I'll ask Councillor Lennox Boyd to propose and Councillor Morgan to second the recommendations that are set out on page 97 of the agenda pack. Councillor Lennox Boyd.
Thank you, Chair. The recommendation to Council that the revised policy be approved to take effect on the 31st of January 2025. This revised policy was a refresh as the government will be looking at the impact of online gambling in the new legislation that is due in 2025. As a committee, we realise the impact that gambling can have on families and also our communities. So the debate was quite fierce of what we wanted to put forward because of the change that could be next year. So GamCare and their responses have complimented Cornwall Council on their proactive approach, going beyond the mandatory and default conditions of the Gambling Act 2005. There is due an update shortly to officers regarding online gambling. We have asked for training for members once legislation is in place and also webinars to be set up in order to roll it out to our towns and parish councils, and also officers engaging with any issues for local members regarding problems in their local area. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Morgan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have pleasure in seconding that proposal.
Please raise your hands if you wish to speak. Councillor McLennan.
Thank you, Chair. Do you want me to stand up or not? No? Okay. Having worked in this industry for many years, I worked with the shadow Labour leader at the time, Tom Watson, on reducing the amount that you could go into a betting shop and place on the roulette tables or the games tables to £2. That was passed eventually. But I think the trouble is that we're a bit carefree on the licences that are allowed to the bookmakers in Cornwall. I haven't looked for ages, but I think in Penzance there used to be 3 quite close to each other. And I understand in St Austell there's 2 quite clear. I believe one company called Betfred was allowed to move from where they were to be quite near William Hill. I haven't seen it. But I just feel we need to be a bit more clever and stricter on the licences that are granted. Thank you.
Are there any more speakers? Councillor Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Following on from that last point, could I just ask, as a matter of fact, if we're looking at trying to control and help gambling here in Cornwall for our residents and for our high streets, because having clusters of betting shops all on one street or in one area really doesn't do anything for the appeal of a high street. How many licences for gambling premises has Cornwall Council denied?
Councillor Lennox-Boyd.
Chair, I'm not sure of how many licences have ever been denied, but the council are looking to create a local profile area similar to the same thing as the CIZs. This could be achieved by gathering data from the National Gambling Helpline. So I don't know if that can help. Thank you.
No more speakers? Councillor Lennox-Boyd, have you got anything else to say?
Nothing, thank you, Chair.
Okay, in that case, we will open the vote. Okay.
Couple more seconds, members. Vote's closed.
Okay, and that's carried. Thank you very much. Agenda 13, motions. It's important that for members to be aware that under Procedure Rule 12.4, any motions that have been moved and seconded stand referred to the relevant committee unless I exercise my discretion to allow the motion to be dealt with at the meeting at which it's brought forward, where it's considered to be convenient and conducive to the dispatch of business. I will confirm my decision on each of the new motions at relevant points on the agenda. Agenda item 13.1, e-cigarettes and vapes, safeguarding the health of children and young adults. In accordance with the Procedure Rule 12.4, I am using my discretion to enable the motion to be debated. I've also given Councillor Perry 5 minutes. So, Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, as it's your birthday, may I hope that discussion on this motion will be a piece of cake. The purpose of this motion is to stress to the Government the urgent need to strengthen and approve the Tobacco and Vapes Bill, which was not included in the legislation rushed through Parliament before the last election. If approved, the motion would underline to the Government the significance of the work undertaken by Healthy Cornwall to reduce the harmful impact of smoking and vaping, and the importance of the Government acting now to reduce the number of children and young adults who are smoking and vaping. Every year, 80,000 deaths occur from smoking in the UK and causes 1 in 4 cancer-related deaths. It is the UK's biggest single preventable killer. In the UK, vapes are highly regulated and must not include ingredients except for nicotine, which are harmful to health. Public Health Cornwall recommends the use of nicotine vapes as an aid to help smokers to quit the habit. In the short to medium term, they're very effective because they don't contain tobacco. Healthy Cornwall is taking part in a national scheme offering refillable vaping devices and e-liquids to smokers who receive support to quit smoking. And as a result, some 50 to 70,000 smokers a year quit smoking. In Cornwall, we are fortunate to have a very strong and dedicated public health team, and I want to acknowledge Kate Evan-Hughes, Rachel Wigglesworth, Ali Bullman and Dr. Ruth Goldstein for the work they do and for their help in the preparation of this motion. The public health team have commissioned and distributed a range of resources for schools and youth organisations to put the message across about smoking and vaping. Vapes are intended to support smokers by weaning them off cigarettes and tobacco. Alarmingly, over 8% of vapers in the UK are people who've never smoked before. So we have a new generation who are becoming addicted. There is considerable pressure on young people to vape, attracted by the variety of colours and flavours available, all displayed in open view, creating a hard-to-resist temptation to children, especially when their peers vape or when individuals and shopkeepers provide them illegally. If vapes only contain nicotine and no added flavours, I suspect demand for them would fall. Devon and Cornwall Police and Trading Standards are concerned at the growing number of disposable vapes that contain addictive substances such as spice or cannabis derivatives. There are an increasing number of retailers and individuals selling these non-compliant vapes, including those that have been deliberately altered to add substances controlled under the Misuse of Drugs Act. In short, vapers may unknowingly become addicted, and I'm grateful to Inspector Louisa Brown of Devon and Cornwall Police for her input into this. Disposable vapes are not currently included in the Tobacco and Vapes Bill. It is expected that they will be banned from the 1st of April next year, but as yet this has not been confirmed. Disposable vapes can also add problems for our refuse collection service because they're so difficult to recycle. A ban on the sale of tobacco and vapes is essential. So, the Tobacco and Vapes Bill should ensure that a ban on the sale of tobacco and vapes to anyone under 18 and to give trading standards the ability to apply an escalating level of fines for those who disregard the law. It should require retail shops and businesses to be licensed to sell cigarettes and vapes in line with the sale of alcohol. It should control the packaging and display of vapes to conform with the restrictions applicable to cigarettes. The Tobacco and Vapes Bill will help safeguard the health of our children and young adults. We need the government to act as quickly as they did to remove the winter fuel
30
allowance.
seconds.
And I urge you to support this motion. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Perry, can you turn your mic off, darling? Thank you. Councillor Jordan.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. In second to this motion, Madam Chairman, I'd just like to say that whilst I don't believe we should take away civil liberties from adults, adults got a right to choose for themselves. But I do believe we should need to protect our young children. I've been talking to people who sell vapes, and they categorically deny they sell to children. Yet they've admitted they sell to parents who give them to the children outside. That cannot be right. And parents should not be putting their children's lives at risk. I've actually, when I've been driving home, if I leave here today and I'm driving home through Camelford and the kids are coming home from school, they're vaping as they're going down the streets. So they must have them in their pockets when they're at school. They can explode in their pockets. They're a dangerous thing. I don't believe children should have them. And the key thing about the flavours, they seem to appeal to young children. There is evidence that children like flavours such as bubblegum, fruit and candy, and like trying new ones. For a lot of young people, it might be the only reason they vape. I asked my youngest son if we took the flavours out of vaping, would he vape? He said no, because they don't like the taste of the nicotine. So I'd like to add, with Councillor Perry's permission, number 5. Bearing in mind the original purpose of the vapes was to remove the temptation to start smoking, the supply and sale of flavoured vapes should be banned, and only vapes containing nicotine should be available to those who wish to vape. I've spoken too much today. So is that okay?
You're going to need to send that through for them to have a look at.
Right.
And Councillor Perry, I would suggest.
And make sure you CC that to Councillor Perry, because he's going to have to agree that as well. So while we're waiting, I'll now bring in the supporters. So if you were a supporter of this motion, please put your hand up if you wish to speak. Councillor Crabtree.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll carry on the happy birthdays, but I won't bother singing it to you either. I fully support this motion. I live on a route where children do walk home from school, and it is surprising how many are actually using vapes, e-cigarettes, and actually cigarettes themselves as well. So from that point, I fully support it, and also added to the list of people who protect are the our dogs, etc., that do pick up the remains of the e-cigarettes and vapes that are left on the footpaths, which is causing additional litter as well. Okay, fully support.
Councillor Gardner.
Yeah, thank you. I've never smoked. I've never vaped, so I can't speak from that first-hand experience of being a smoker or a vapor. But I've got, a number of issues with vaping. First of all, there is very little research into the long-term health effects of, what people are putting into their bodies. And if, we wouldn't allow our children to put, we shouldn't allow our children to put things into their bodies that we don't understand. My daughter's 9. She's been offered vapes at school from people within her class and within her school. I find that absolutely appalling. I've seen on the streets of Newquay promotional companies giving them out for free with absolutely no reference to, the person being over 18, and who was clearly giving them out to teenagers and people that were nowhere near, the age of consent. So I've got a huge problem with it, and absolutely support all the intentions of this motion and the wording contained within.
Councillor Worth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I speak as a supporter of the motion, and in particular, I've spoken to my daughters, who are both teachers, and both of them have said to me the challenges, one is ahead of a sixth form, the challenges that they experience every day in the policing of the problem that's extended within the schools. This isn't just outside on the street, this is internally, and the challenges that it gives them. And actually, I referred to my wife as well, who was ahead in previous years, and it was a challenge that she didn't have. Yes, we smoked in those days. I was a young musician in Cornwall, and it was part of the thing you sort of did, but I soon realised it was going to affect my life for the long term, and I stopped. So I wasn't being encouraged, but this disease that's being encouraged with our young children, particularly in Cornwall, and I've heard this in Salt Ash, through our efforts with Safer Salt Ash, where our headmaster is also, or our deputy head, is on those calls and relaying the amount of time that our teachers are spending in schools policing this challenge. So I absolutely support this proposal today for Councillor Perry to get rid of this blight on our young people. Thank you.
Councillor Mustoe.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm another supporter of this motion, both as a parent of 2 teenagers, and I'm well aware of the temptations that are given to them at school, but also in my role with the Children and Families Overview and Scrutiny Committee, and we've got some youth council people here at the public gallery today, and this is one of the things that the young people actually brought up at the fairly recent annual conversation event as being something that they were worried about. So it's absolutely something that we as a council should be putting pressure on to the government to get things done. And finally, I've actually had some casework on this and have had to involve our trading standards team and thought that they actually went over and above to try to take action where they were able to deal with issues that were raised with them. But again, it's about giving them the powers that they need and to do that work. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm now going to open it up to the wider membership. Please raise your hand if you wish to speak.
Do you want again to confirm that the amendment's accepted first?
Right, okay. So just to clarify, the amendment has been accepted by Councillor Perry. Okay? Please, can you just keep your hands up a minute so my Vice Chairman can make sure he gets everybody. Councillor Dwelly.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm sure everyone agrees with this. My question is, why are we filling our time as a council talking about something where we're proposing, sorry Peter, it's a good proposal, but there's nothing in here that means anything will change in terms of this council. I get the feeling it's filler. We're filling these meetings rather than talking about things that we can do and deliver and change. We're filling these meetings a bit like football. You go to the corner flag. Let's talk for ages, with all of us putting our hands up to talk about something that will be nothing more than a letter to the government, probably to encourage it to do something it's going to do anyway. Where is the airport debate? Where's the debate about car parks? Where's the debate about affordable housing numbers with the new housing numbers? I could go on. So much as I'm very happy to support it, I worry, well, yes, well, where's the content from Cabinet on any of the things I just mentioned? Nothing. This meeting is full of filler. And I'm sorry, but I don't see where the substance is of today's meeting. I've said it earlier, happy to support it, but frankly, we're wasting time on something that we're not responsible for. Thank you.
Thank you for your input, Councillor Dwelly, and I think we've all got that fact now, so perhaps maybe at the next motion you don't need to say it again. Councillor German.
Thanks, Madam Chairman. I'm going to carry on from Councillor Dwelly, though. Of course we support, but what is Cornwall Council doing about this? I'm not going to pretend to be able to speak for the young people that Councillor Mustay's referenced, but I expect what they want is some action rather than, oh, we'll write to government. So I've got a couple of amendments to put forward, Madam Chairman. I don't know if the Council have already done this, but an amendment would be ban all advertising of cigarettes and vapes on any council sites, including commercial sites. So we're not advertising cigarettes or vapes unless we already have a policy to that effect. Has the council already done something on this? A second amendment that this council recognises the serious challenge of smoking and vapes for our young people, but across society. So we will look in our MTFP and budget decisions to make more resource available to the public health team to try and change this situation. Let's, Madam Chairman, the council take some positive action rather than hot air, words, another letter to government. Thank you.
Councillor Dwelly, did you say you would second? We're going to carry on with it while we're waiting for it to come over. So, Councillor Toms.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Whilst I agree with what Councillor German said, to Councillor Dwelly, although no youngster that's impacted on this motion ever voted for me, they are in my constituency and I will represent them as best I can. And by saying that, I agree with some of what Julian has said, because in the actual report, it actually says, although the long-term effects of vaping are not yet known. And to me, that's telling. And that is a part of what public health should be doing, looking at what those long-term effects are. And I fully support what Councillor Berry is trying to do with this. But here's a fact for you. I'm chairing a social care and public health inquiry into funding. And the public health people in Cornwall get £22 less than the English average funding for every person. That is £12.5 million less. If we had £12.5 million less, we could be having reports that would tell us how this impacts on our young people and what those effects could be in the long term, or if we could do a report that says these are the impacts that were done. So it goes back to, if we fund that department properly, and that might be the request that the leader makes in addition to this, and we will make that, I'm sure, request when we come up to the outcomes of our committee. But I can assure you that a lot more will be done if we had our fair funding. And I totally agree with everything that's been said so far, and I think this is a good motion, Mr. Berry.
Councillor Ver.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Councillor Perry, for bringing this motion forward, which I'm very happy to support. Just wanted to make a few brief comments. Some of these large public health measures often get received as being sort of nanny state, but I think we need to recognise that the ill effects of smoking, rather than giving freedom to individuals, actually leaves them captive with addiction and long-term health consequences that are very disabling for the individual and a huge burden on society, both the NHS and the care system. I support the use of vapes for adults that are trying to wean off tobacco because it is so detrimental to their health. But I absolutely want to support the restriction amongst children. And the point I wanted to make was that this is incredibly disruptive for education. And teachers are saying how difficult it is to manage this in the classroom with people addicted to the nicotine needing to leave lessons. And therefore it's disrupting their learning, which has impact on their education, which has lifelong impact. So thank you for bringing this forward. And I think it's right that we encourage the government to go to support this. And I pay tribute to the previous Prime Minister who went further and proposed having a whole generation that would not be allowed to smoke. So it's great to see these big public health interventions, and we should support them. Thank you.
Councillor Morton.
Thank you, Chair. I was very happy to support the original motion as it was proposed because, and I was agreeing with everything that Councillor Jordan was saying, as he was saying the important difference between protecting children versus giving adults the freedom to make their own mistakes, the importance of regulating the market. But then this amendment about banning flavoured vapes for everyone, my worry is the unintended consequences. If we had a magic wand where we could make flavoured vapes not exist anymore, that would undoubtedly be a good thing. It would deter lots of people from using them. That would be good. However, the danger is by banning them, do you then create an unregulated underground black market for flavoured vapes to be sold alongside other things that are currently illegal but still widely bought and sold? And if that market for flavoured vapes it means that adults are buying them from criminals, then do you think those criminals are going to be choosy about what age people are when they buy them? So I don't think I can support that change about banning something for adults, although I fully support everything that's been said about taking them away from children. As to the question of whether this is a good use of our time, Councillor Dwelly, you're absolutely right. We haven't got the power to change things directly, but we've got at least one Member of Parliament who we know is listening to the debate today, and so I think there is a valid case for us expressing our views clearly and trying to send thoughtful messages to our representatives in Westminster who can change these things for the whole country. Thank you.
Councillor Frost.
Yeah, sorry, I wasn't planning on speaking on this, but Councillor Jordan's amendment made me want to speak. I kind of agree with Colin on the amendment because the problem is, as an adult, you should have the freedom of choice, and I think you impact on their freedom of choice by bringing this in. And the other problem is, so I don't vape. I am an ex-smoker, but I don't vape. However, my stepsister and my stepdad both vape, and I tell you now, if they don't vape, they'll immediately go back to smoking. The vaping is what stops them from smoking. So actually, the fact that they can use flavoured vapes and they enjoy that stops them from putting harmful tobacco in their lungs. And I don't think that's really been considered. Otherwise, I support the rest of the motion. I do agree with Councillor German. I think there are things in there we should have highlighted that the council should and could be doing. Thank you.
Councillor Caddy.
Thank you, Chair. I think we need to be doing as much as possible to prevent people becoming addicted to substances, whatever they are. Just to say that I've been an asthmatic since I was 8, so I've never been tempted to smoke or vape. But I went to a music event recently where the air quality was so poor with the vaping from a lot of younger people that it prevented me from dad dancing. So there were some people who were relieved of watching that experience. Thank you. This is a serious subject, though, and I do support it. But I am concerned about the section on flavoured vapes.
So I'm now going to bring in the monitoring officer.
Thank you, Chair. So the first part of the, the motion deals with writing to the Secretary of State, and Councillor German's proposal effectively introduces a new element, which is that Cornwall Council investigates, firstly, banning advertising of cigarettes and smoking from all of its sites, including commercial sites, and secondly, adding resource to the public health team to combat smoking and vapes and their effects through the MTFP and budget process, which I think Councillor German's confirmed he's happy with. So that's the proposed amendment. Well, it's investigating, adding resources.
Obviously happy for it to be taken on board as an addition rather than an amendment if proposer and seconder are so willing.
Councillor Perry, would you accept that?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear all of it. I am sorry.
So it would be an additional bit saying that Cornwall Council investigates, firstly, banning advertising of cigarettes and smoking from all of its sites, including commercial sites, and secondly, adding resource to the public health team to combat smoking and vapes and their effects through the MTFP and budget process.
Well, I agree with the second part, but I think that to put a ban Cornwall-wide is something that really comes through Westminster. I think it would be very, very difficult to enforce.
I'm going to bring in the leader a minute.
Chair, could I just clarify the point that Councillor German's made about advertising and enticement on council land and assets? We have a policy in place where we do not. That does not happen. And I've just quickly been shown something on our web pages. We've got youth vaping resources and a whole list of contacts there. But the other thing is I think we need to perhaps be looking to go back to public health and get some further guidance on what they can do, or perhaps ask them if they can run some campaigns on vaping for under 18s, which I think will be far more effective. I just want to go back to something Councillor Dwelly mentioned. While we have an MP in the chamber, I think it's really important that he actually hears, and I thank him for being here so that he can actually hear the voices and concerns of our residents in Cornwall. And I think Councillor Candy's made a point about addiction. This causes addiction. And when you get anybody, regardless of age, but these are very vulnerable under 18s, on a path of addiction, I don't understand the full implications, but I do know from what I've experienced with other addictions from within this community, it's a dangerous path, and we must do whatever we can to support Councillor Perry's motion on writing and getting these dangerous, unknown contents removed from our shelves, and more importantly, to stop children having the ability to purchase through other means or by parental input. And Councillor Dwelly, I look forward to the very next council meeting when I assume that you're going to enliven this chamber with a meaningful and informative motion that we can all be engaged on. Thank you.
Councillor German, do you take what Councillor Taylor said as face value, or do you want to pursue the change?
Well, thank you, Madam Chairman. I suspect that the council banned advertising of cigarettes quite some time ago. So my point of clarification is, does it include vapes? So it does. Well, that's fantastic. Thank you. I'm glad the council already has that policy, so we can scrub that one. But keen that the council investigates the possibility of adding resources. I'd like to keep that one. Thank you.
So, Councillor Perry, you're happy with that one, aren't you?
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Councillor Ellenbrook.
Thank you, Chair. And point of clarification, I am an ex-smoker despite the fact that I'm asthmatic. And I do know how hard it is to stop smoking because I did it 20, 30 years ago, but it's very, very hard. I think the important thing that I wanted to say was that on the 17th of July, the King's speech actually set out the new government's legislative plans for the next Parliament, and this included the Children's Wellbeing Bill. There was a lot of content in the outlined bill, including a proposed crackdown on smoking and vaping through legislation and clamping down on underage vaping by banning vapes being branded and advertised to appeal to young people. So I think we may well hopefully be pushing at an open door on this. However, my major concern with this is the amount of time in education that is wasted, frankly, on teachers having to police, and I'll use that word advisedly, police young people who hide their vapes and who actually disrupt and can disrupt the school day. I'm not saying every person who vapes does that, but it is a real discipline problem within schools, and I think we also need to acknowledge that vaping has much more effect than just on the health of that individual person. It impacts on the community that they're in, including their time at school. And goodness only knows we have enough pressures on our young people in school at the moment to achieve what they need to achieve without wasting teachers' time and their own time in policing something that is, frankly, an unacceptable thing. I fail to understand why vaping is even thought to be socially acceptable, frankly, because I don't think cigarettes are. And certainly I don't see vaping as anything other than a version of cigarette smoking that has been introduced for, as I say, no valid reason that I can see other than somebody is making a great deal of profit out of it. Thank you.
Councillor Alvey.
Thank you, Chair, and I'll be brief. I fully support this motion. Speaking, though, from the perspective as the individual with the portfolio that includes trading standards, and I know it's been touched on, I think supporting this motion will also be a very, very important tool, providing the legislation is forthcoming, to assist trading standards in the policing of illegal vapes, which are really a scourge on our society. It's not a victimless crime. Not only are we seeing things that are not only unknown in their legal sense as to the damage they're doing, sometimes these illegal vapes have got substances in them that are really, really damaging. In the vape shops you see, it's very difficult for any individual, even a professional trading standards officer, to tell whether or not a vape is actually legal or not. So really important for trading standards. The other thing I would point out in it not being a victimless crime is that the illegal vapes that you see are invariably supported by organised crime. Again, another reason why we should be pushing the government to do everything it can to narrow down the ability to obtain vapes and identifying that really the purpose of vaping is to assist people in getting off smoking. It's not a new means of people getting a hit. Thank you.
Councillor Frank.
Thank you, but the points I wish to make have already been made, so I won't rehearse those again, but thank you for submitting the motion.
Councillor Conway.
I'll try and be fairly brief and make a change, I know. My father was born in 1917. Why is that relevant? Because as he was brought up, smoking was totally acceptable. A doctor would often tell you to go and have a cigarette because it was thought to be the right thing to do. He fought through the war, and his diet a lot of the time was tobacco and alcohol. Won't go into that too much, but that's and as things progressed, as I was born and brought through, cigarettes became known. First of all, they were acceptable at school. the headmaster would tell you off if you smoked cheap cigarettes. If you had expensive ones, he didn't worry so much. But as time has gone on, cigarettes and tobacco have been found to be very bad for your health, and so now as you go forward from that, vapes are taking that place. The full story isn't known as to just how much damage vapes do to your lungs. We know what tobacco and cigarettes do to your lungs, but we don't know what vapes do to your lungs fully yet. But it's becoming more and more accepted that they're not good for you. So yes, I fully support the motion, but we must continue to look at how things are evolving and what people are taking on to replace what was there previously, and you can't always say they're good. So I support the motion, but just need to remember it's an evolving thing, and something else will take the place of the vape in future, and we need to knock it on the head before it gets the same scourge that we've got now. Thank you.
Councillor Long.
Morassis, thank you very much. I fully support the motion, but I wanted to bring something personal into it. 2 weeks ago tomorrow, I was rushed into hospital with a chest infection. Now, that's an ongoing situation for me, but it was exacerbated by the weather we had and working 17-hour days, which is something that councillors we seem to be doing more and more of, so be aware, everybody. But I was taken into Derriford Hospital, and whilst I was in the MAU, the Medical Assessment Unit, I've got to say, Derriford are amazing, absolutely incredible people who work there. Sitting opposite me, a 22-year-old addicted to alcohol. 22 years old, addicted to alcohol, had a seizure while I was there. Everybody knew him, he'd been there before. Went away, following day. I pray to God he wouldn't go back there, but I suspect he may well end up back there. I was then transferred to the chest clinic, the chest ward, and I was in a bay with 5 other gentlemen, 6 of us in total, and 3 of them who were in there for smoking-related illness. 2 of them aren't coming out. That's down to an addiction that has come about through smoking. They're a good age, but both of them who I talked to had incredible regrets about starting up smoking in the first place. Anything we can do to protect the health of our young people, we need to be supporting. Those families are going to have to deal with, and they are dealing with, end-of-life care for those 2 gentlemen who are in there due to smoking. So whilst people want to talk about personal responsibility, all of us have a personal responsibility for the welfare of others as well as just the welfare of ourselves. And when you see the work that the doctors and the nurses and the consultants are doing in Derriford and in Trelisk and all other hospitals is incredible, but those could be used to fight other illnesses and other diseases that we're having, but they are being dealt with, having to deal with people who have smoking-related illnesses. So please, please, please support this amendment, support this motion rather, but it's not only, we have to do everything we can to fight this, to bring health back to our young people so they have the best opportunities in life. Thank you.
Councillor Desmond.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to echo some of the comments made by Councillor Alvey over the alternative uses that come out of the vape culture. And I was struck by a paragraph on page 170 where it says the sale of disposable vapes in the UK currently exceeds 138 million per annum, with 45 million found to be non-compliant, with increased concern over the introduction of addictive substances such as spice or cannabis derivatives contained within them, with or without the vapor's knowledge. That is 32% of all vapes sold can have an addictive substance in them, 1 in 3. I have had the experience in my division of county lines drug dealers selling their wares through school fences, and the gifts that they give to encourage the continued demand for their goods includes, I'm told, I haven't seen it personally, the use of vapes. have a cherry. So I also have sympathy with the point made by Councillor German over the need for us to not only write to the government and demand that they continue with pace the proposals in the King's Speech to ban these horrible things. I think we need to have our public message made loud and clear throughout our educational system in Cornwall, through the schools. Let them be aware of the dangers of the vapes leading on to other dangerous substances and becoming locked into the claws of these evil drug dealers, the evil businessmen who push these vile drugs and addictive substances on our youth. So, thank you very much for bringing forward this motion. It's a very powerful statement of where we stand as a council, and you have my full support. Thank you.
Councillor John Martin.
Thank you, Chair. Just an aside, really. Incidences of fire at the recycling centre have doubled in the last 18 months, solely down to vapes being processed. Thank you.
Okay, there's no more speakers. I'm going to bring the monitoring officer in to make sure that we've got the right word in before we go to the vote.
Thank you, and it will be up on the screen. It just might be a bit smaller. So just to confirm, is it as written with an additional 0.5 reading, bearing in mind the original purpose of vapes was to remove the temptation to start smoking, the supply and sale of flavoured vapes should be banned, and only vapes containing nicotine should be available to those who wish to vape. And then there'll be a new element saying that Cornwall Council investigates adding resource to the public health team to combat smoking and vapes and their effects through the MTFP and budget process. Thank you.
Are you okay with that, Councillor Perry? And is there anything you want to sum up in?
Just 2 words or so to sum up, if I may. Thank you, Councillor Dwelly, for saying you will support it. I think you felt that this was a little trivial compared to the airport. And I would suggest that when that does come to debate, there will be plenty of hot air and smoke. In the meantime, could I point out that we do have the Youth Council there, and we councillors pledged to support everything they were trying to establish in their own council, one of them being anti-smoking. So thank you for being here today. Other than that, Madam Chair, I'm happy with everything. Thank you.
Okay, so we're now going to the vote.
Vote is closing.
And that's carried. Thank you very much. So we are now going to lunch, and I would like you back here at 1:45.
Are you sure?
1, 2. This one. Testing, 1, 2, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. We're moving on to our second motion of the day, which is Agenda 13.2, Winter Fuel Payment Cuts. Do you want some paper? Oh. In accordance with the Council Procedure Rules 12.4, I am using my discretion to enable the motion to be debated today. I will therefore ask Councillor Frost to move and Councillor Nolan to second the motion set out on page 181 of your agenda pack. I will then bring in any of the supporters who wish to speak before opening it to the wider Council for debate. I'd be grateful if members do not repeat points made by previous speakers. Councillor Frost, and I do note that both of you think that you might go over slightly. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Obviously, there's just been an email gone around to all members because the wording has slightly changed. I have to say this motion has been one of the most frustrating I've ever written because it started when I wrote to the Strategic Director of Health, Wellbeing and Care back in August, and since then we've had Commons votes, DWP announcements, leaders writing letters before full councils that keep constantly changing what I'm trying to do. But I've got the revised wording there for you to look at, and I'll just crack on. So today I stand to propose this motion regarding the government's decision to cut winter fuel payments, restricting eligibility to only those receiving pension credits and other benefits. We are here because this policy change will have a profound impact on our communities, especially here in Cornwall. This decision will strip support from nearly 120,000 of our pensioners across the Duchy. That's nearly 88% of those who were previously eligible. When I look around Cornwall, I don't see the majority of pensioners being vastly wealthy. Actually, mostly I see people struggling to keep their heads above the water. Some of these individuals may be your neighbours, your friends, or your relatives, and they will end up suffering. The Department for Work and Pensions has asked councils like ours to step in and help those who will now fall through the cracks. This motion ensures that Cornwall Council will do everything in its power to raise awareness, to help those in need access pension credits and the remaining fuel payments they deserve. The fact is, only 63% of eligible pensioners are currently claiming pension credit. That leaves over 880,000 elderly people nationwide, many of them here in Cornwall, without the crucial financial safety net. We have a duty to help them. If we don't act, we are effectively condemning our hidden vulnerable to fuel top poverty. This at a time when energy prices are set to rise by 10% in October, compounding the crisis. I am annoyed that the leader didn't wait to see if she had the backing of full council to write this letter, but we now must endorse the leader's letter to government, disagreeing with their decision and calling for an immediate pause on these cuts. Let us remind the government that universal support, like winter fuel payments, exists for a reason, to protect those on modest incomes from having to choose between heating and eating during the harsh winter months. Pensioners who have worked their entire lives should not be punished because of the complexities of the benefits system. This isn't just a matter of policy, it's a matter of human decency. Someone's grandparent will feel the cold, not because they've done anything wrong, but because they've been abandoned by a system that promised to protect them in their old age. I ask this council to take action today. Let's not wait for lives to be impacted. Let's lead the way in making sure that every pensioner in Cornwall who is entitled to support receives it. Please support this motion.
Councillor Nolan.
Point of order, Chairman.
What is your point of order?
My point of order is earlier on you said before this debate started you would give legal advice to people who had to declare an interest.
Yeah. So members, if anybody is in receipt, the question you have to ask yourself is whether or not the interest is so significant that it's likely to prejudice your judgment of the public interest. My view is, given the nature of the proposals, that that's unlikely, but that's a matter for you to decide.
Councillor Nolan.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. I'm glad we're having an opportunity to discuss this, to endorse the leader's letter to the Secretary of State and to ask for a little bit more. Because it's good that this body tells the pensioners of Cornwall that we support them and tells the MPs what we would like to see. I left school at 16, 1972, very long time ago now. I'm 68. So that's 52 years of working, paying taxes, contributing, doing my bit. And at the end, I get a pension that comes 15th in a basket of European pensions, and against the big economies, France, Spain, Holland, pretty much last. One of the lowest pensions in the major economies in Europe. The Spanish pensioner looks with glee at the poor British pensioner. It's a pension that's just above a cost of living index that Europe publishes. So cutting £200 out of it is quite a lot. Our pensioners are just getting by. I'm fortunate to have my allowance from here, so I'm fine. But that doesn't mean that I won't stand up and speak for pensioners less fortunate than myself. £200 out makes a difference to them. The government will tell us that they're going to give us another £450 as part of the triple lock, but they forget they've taken £200 off that, so it's £250. And Martin Lewis, the moneyexpert.com person, not a political person, says that pensioners are suffering inflation of £250, mostly as a result of fuel cost rises, so that £450 is gone. We'll continue to languish amongst the bottom of the big economies and perhaps slide from 15th down below the cost of living index. I see that the Labour Party is having at their conference tomorrow a motion, as so many other places have, other councils up and down the country, so asking the government to think again, just to turn around and reinstate this and find the saving elsewhere. There are other places. We all see the big corporations that aren't paying their share of tax. Let's find it from them instead of putting our hands in the pensioners' pockets. Let's call upon the government to reverse this in the autumn statement, if they will. Thank you.
Can I ask any members who were listed as supporters of this motion to raise their hand if they wish to speak? Councillor Rogerson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And pen blwydd hapus. Happy birthday. So I'm not techie enough, Chair, to have it on a nice little tablet. It's my scroll. Okay, I fully support this recommendation, and previous two colleagues have mentioned the need for those resolutions contained within this motion, so I'll not repeat that. I just wanted to mention another reason for the necessity of widening the threshold. So it's not only about the people who need this funding, but it's also about the properties and their conditions, which often adds to their difficulties in paying. Very many of our older residents not only struggle to pay their heating bills, but they also struggle to make that money that they might have received work effectively. Cornwall has pockets of serious deprivation, as we all know, and it's exacerbated by poor social and private housing. This allowance doesn't go very far when the heating allowance provided is up against walls covered in mould, damp carpets and furniture, inadequate glazing, inefficient heating systems, and a lack of efficient insulation. And for some of our elderly residents, this is the reality. And what this motion demands will help give them some much-needed reassurance and support in trying to cope. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Candy.
Thank you, Chair. I believe this council should be proactive in making sure that people get all the benefits which they are entitled to help offset this this cut. And I'm not going to repeat what my colleagues have said, but I recall back in the good old days of Carradon District Council during the 2008 financial crash, I believe it was, where people were struggling, that we had a benefits bus which went out into all the communities to help people this was working with the Citizens Advice Bureau, and this was to encourage people to apply for and get all the benefits and allowances, whether it was housing benefit, council tax, one-person discount, or whatever. And my recollection is that of the money that Caradon put into that initiative, there was a leverage of at least 10 times in the first year. But that, of course, will be bringing in millions to the area for ongoing years whilst those people continue to get those benefits. So I personally don't think there's much chance of the government rowing back on this, but I wish they would, and I have got a colleague on the right who will be encouraging them to do so. But I think we need to make sure that everyone who's possible can apply for pension credits and other benefits for the benefit of Cornwall, because that money will be respent within the community. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm opening the debate to the wider membership now, so if you wish to speak on this subject, please keep your hand up until my Vice Chairman has taken names. Thank you. Councillor Desmond.
Thank you, Chair. Took me a little bit by surprise. I was looking forward to speaking on this matter, and I would like to do so in terms of the massive distress that's being caused to our elderly residents in Cornwall. My starting point is going to be the decision of the Labour government, Chancellor Reeves and her Labour comrades, to remove the winter fuel allowance from 12 million UK pensioners. The Department of Work and Pensions says about 1.7 million may receive a means-tested version, about 14% of elderly pensioners. In Peregrine Moon's constituency, where my division lies, that means 2,700 of about 19,100 pensioners must beg for support, and 16,500 get none. Elderly people don't like claiming, sometimes out of shame, fear of red tape, or filling out dozens of pages of an application, and terrified of doing so online. Many are disabled and infirmed and cannot. Reeves' disingenuous claim that she has a black hole to backfill. The Labour leadership say they need more money. They say those with the broadest shoulders should pay more. So why select the most vulnerable in our society? A damning Labour report in 2017, when Keir Starmer was in the shadow cabinet, claimed restricting allowances to pensioners on benefits would cost thousands of lives. Their own research said 4,000 pensioners would die if Labour scrapped winter fuel payments. The message from Reeves and the Labour comrades in Cornwall is this: you are no longer able to work or to pay taxes or to contribute to society. You are a burden. I find that a wicked mental thinking process. Labour's MPs, such as Peregrine Moon, voted to target over 19,000 pensioners in his constituency so that decent elderly people who have worked hard and paid their taxes die, and Labour will not only save on their fuel payments but on pensions, bus passes, care home and health care.
30 seconds.
This Labour Party has perverse priorities. knowingly causing our elderly pensioners to freeze to death whilst ferrying tens of thousands of illegal immigrants into the UK and spending billions on free warm housing, laundry, healthcare, dentist access, pocket money, free travel and more. Shame on you, Peregrine Moon, and your Labour comrades in Cornwall for your support for this vile, cruel and wicked act of harm. My communities can never trust in your integrity, values and honesty. I support this motion. Thank you.
Councillor Thomas.
Thank you. How do you follow that? My goodness me.
Tell the truth.
Dear. I'm incredulous, Madam Chair. The Conservative government had 14 years to sort this out. 14 years. And to claim the moral high ground here is unbelievable. Dear goodness. What I wanted to say, I support everything that everybody has said. Some of actually what Councillor Desmond said actually did make sense, but not all of it. But I do support the motion. However, there's a very simple move that wasn't done, was to move winter payments, fuel payments, into the pension, because Councillor Nolan identified it, but didn't point out it isn't part of the pension. It's a giftie. And so when you actually do your tax return, as some of you will know, you are asked not to include it. Therefore, it is a giftie. So move it sideways, make it taxable, and then those of us, and there are many around the table here, who receive that payment will have it taxed, and that's a simple way to do it. And, better than that, perhaps in A, the leader might also suggest it's stopped or withdrawn or paused until next year, when all the extra cash that pensioners are going to get, not quite to the Spanish pensioner, will make it much easier, in theory, for our pensioners to pay. So my message is, yes, I agree with what everybody is saying, but I've got serious questions as to how this has been enacted. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Chair. So I've heard some people saying, I don't need this, I shouldn't get it. If money is short, means testing makes sense. And on the surface, that seems like a reasonable response. But when we dig a little deeper, it's clear that means testing can cause all sorts of unintended problems. First of all, as Councillor Nolan said, there's the obvious danger that those who pay the most tax will start saying, I've worked hard and paid my taxes, and I'm now having my benefits taken away, whilst those who've paid the least take out the most. If we want to deliver better public services without placing an excessive tax burden on lower income households, then we will need to collect more taxes from the better off members of our society. Universal benefits, which give a little bit back to multimillionaires who don't need them, aren't a bug, they're a feature. They have a really important role to play in building and maintaining support for the progressive tax system that we need. The second problem is that lots of people who really do need it ending up missing out. Those people who are just above the threshold end up facing a cliff edge. Even if, as this motion suggests, the threshold was moved to a higher level, there are still some problems with the process. The administration and complexity, first of all, it creates a barrier for people to access it, and that administration in itself creates another cost. And remember, the whole argument for the government doing this in the first place was because it wanted to spend less money. Every penny that we put into this system should be going into the pockets of pensioners, not paying to recruit more civil servants to go through forms that pensioners are forced to fill in. We know that government always ends up making mistakes, inevitably, sometimes unintentionally, and people are terrified of claiming something and then inadvertently making a mistake and being told that they owe a big overpayment. And so some people choose to miss out. But my biggest objection to this is the Labour government's dishonesty about the cost. Yesterday, the Chief Secretary to the Treasury said that the government is hoping that the 800,000 people who are currently eligible for pension credit but not claiming it will come forward and do so. So they'll get the winter fuel payment and a higher pension. That would be great. But do we really believe that they mean it? He said that they've put the money aside to pay for this. But the truth is, if they actually did do that, which we're hoping we will encourage people in Cornwall to do, the actual cost of the government would be 2 or 3 times more than the entire cost of what they're saving in taking away the winter fuel allowance in the first place. So let's be honest, the real reason that they're doing this is it's posturing. They're wanting to look like they can make tough decisions, and they've asked our new Labour MPs to take a loyalty test when it comes down to it, when you're choosing between doing what's right for your residents or doing what's loyal to the party. Whose side are you on? And unfortunately, our Labour MPs have failed that test. I hope that our Labour councillors will not. Thank you.
Councillor Mitchell.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. Nobody could have been happier than me the morning after the general election and the result came through. Well, actually, there's probably one member in the council chamber who was slightly happier than me. But I cannot believe, and as my colleague said, after 14 years to start throwing stones and saying, oh, look what they've done in the first 60 days, when you've had 14 years to sort this out, with us being one of the lowest pensions in Europe. That was nothing ever to do with Brussels. That was our own UK government's choice. And that never seems to be spoken about too much in this country. The price hike in actual fuel payments, which have just been allowed to be carte blanche to every oil company, gas company, energy provider to just triple, quadruple, or even, even greater profit levels. It's a disgrace. But it was a test, and unfortunately, as has already been said, our 4 newly elected Labour MPs absolutely failed that test. I'm sure they all put a leaflet out. I never saw them all, but I'm sure there would have been a line in it somewhere, I'm going to work for you. So it's not a very good start. And so I don't hold out much hope for number 2, item B in our letter. But what we do need to do is actually point out to the Labour government, who should be redistribution wealth in the 5th richest country in the world. I certainly don't feel like I live in the 5th richest country in the world, and none of my family or friends do. So there must be huge concentrations of wealth that just need to be taxed. I don't really care where an organisation has its headquarters. If they do business in this country and they make 100 million quid, they should be paying 50 million quid to our Chancellor in taxes. All these loopholes that the Tories allowed to happen for generations, for decades, they've got to stop. And I was hoping, and I still do hope, that this government will be the one to do that. But I think in any letter
30 seconds.
Any letter we write, we should point out where we expect them to get this money from. We're always saying, well, if you don't want me to spend it here or take it out of that pot, where do you want us to take it from? Take it from Amazon, take it from Costa, and take it from every other dodgy, tax-evading company. Thank you.
Councillor Perry.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I fully support this. I just wanted to make a suggestion about the first part, where we're trying to make the benefits of pension credit known to people, many of whom are so old, they probably even duck the issue of trying to go down that road. And I just wonder whether, at least for a period of 2 to 3 months, this council opens a hotline where they can phone in. Now, that doesn't mean over a phone they're going to receive the help they want, but having phoned in, they can be put in touch with their local councillor, who could then give them the advice they need, sit by them, help them with the paperwork and the form, encourage them to take the money that they are due to. Now, I know that Councillor German is smiling at this, but how else are you going to do it? Because they don't use social media. Many of them don't buy a newspaper. Many of them watch the national news, but do they listen to Cornwall radio? Because that's a lovely platform for making this benefit known. So I would perhaps ask that you do consider including in your first section that we do tackle this and add the option of a hotline that people can use to contact the help they need. Thank you.
Councillor Conway.
Hi. I will not be voting on this because I am eligible to receive the £300. That doesn't mean to say I'm not going to comment, but... Well, I can't because I'm not going to get it now. But the point, just a couple of points I'd like to make. Thank you to Andrew George for supporting the ethos behind this. 4 of our councillors who I'm quite disappointed in for the way they voted in Parliament already. I'm not going to name them, but you know exactly who I mean. One of which was even a member of this council until very recently. Jeremy Corbyn would never have brought this in. No, that's just something to think about. A true socialist wouldn't have brought this in. If it's going to be done through some sort of means testing, why not do the same with this as you do with family allowance? If your annual income for any individual in a house is over £50,000 a year, you don't get family allowance, or they might call it something different now, child benefit. But you know what I'm talking about. But to take it away from pensioners who have very little income, nowhere near the national minimum wage, I hasten to add, for anyone working 40 hours a week is getting about twice what a pensioner would get. So we're talking about people with the lowest income of all, and it's wrong to have taken it away. But as I said, I will not be voting because being eligible to do so, I think it's wrong. But please think about it when you vote, and there you go.
Councillor Gardner.
Thank you, Chair. There's one group of people which I want to mention who are disproportionately affected by this, and that's our armed forces veterans. We have 39,000 of them in this in the Duchy. In order to qualify for an armed forces pension, you only have to serve more than 2 years. That means 95% of our armed forces veterans qualify. Now, if you serve just over 2 years, your pension a year is about £1,000. £100 a month, £25 a week. That disqualifies you from any kind of additional benefits. Disqualifies you from winter fuel allowance, disqualifies you from pension tax credits, and all those other things that they may need help with, housing benefit, etc., etc. These people, these 35,000 people in Cornwall, who made a substantial large proportion of the 120,000 people that Councillor Frost has already mentioned, a disproportionate amount. These are people who've served our country, who've put their lives on the line, many of whom are still battling physically and mentally. A number of them we've got in the chamber right now, at this moment, are being disproportionately affected by this. Politics is about choices. As Councillor Conway said, the government could have chosen to link it to your tax code. They could have chosen to link it to your income. They didn't. They chose it to link it to a benefit which you have to go out of your way to apply for, knowing that 800,000 people in this country who deserve that benefit don't apply for it and haven't applied for it. The 4 Labour MPs made a choice when they voted in Parliament. They didn't have to vote the way they did. They were given an option. They could have been out of the room. They could have abstained and they wouldn't have lost the party whip. But they chose knowing 4,000 people in this country will freeze to death in their own homes this year. 4,000 people will freeze to death again next year, and the year after, and the year after that, and it will continue. And they've made a choice to say that that is acceptable. And like other people in this chamber, I call upon our Labour councillors here. You have a choice to say whether you support 4,000 people dying in their own homes from being too cold, or do the right thing and vote, as many other people in this chamber are going to vote, to actually condemn the actions of the MPs, to condemn the actions of the government in doing this and making this choice. There was loads of other places where they could have got the money from. They didn't have to give 15% pay rise to train drivers.
30 seconds.
They didn't have to support their union masters in giving out sweeties. They didn't have to accept donations of free clothes and boxes at Arsenal or whatever. But they've made those choices. Condemn those choices and do the right thing.
Councillor German.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Well, to be fair to Councillor Frost, there is an action in this motion, so that's nice to see. We are going to commit to commence a significant awareness campaign, so at least the Council is doing something. But as Councillor Gardner says, politics is about choices. So what resource are we going to commit to this issue? We're going to get our comms team to do a bit of work which is within their salary and scope already. But the reality is that we have a lot of unspent hardship funds. So what are we going to do to target that resource to these people in need? That is within our gift. What are we doing about this issue rather than just talking and writing a letter to government? So, colleagues, I have a couple of suggestions. The first is that we provide an options paper for the use that uses council finance, including targeting unclaimed hardship funds to fuel poverty, supporting Community Energy Plus and Citizens Advice Bureau, and those options are explored and a report made to the Deputy Leader for decision. Because as Councillor Parry said, we need to be able to get help to people, we need to be able to support them. And that is precisely what Community Energy Plus in particular in the field of fuel poverty, but Citizens Advice also more generally, do every day. So how are we supporting them to get our funding that they can utilise to them so that they don't freeze to death? What action is this council going to take? My second, perhaps it will get taken on board, we'll see. But my second amendment proposition will be, as Councillor Robertson very wisely spoke, as she always does when she speaks in this chamber, about the impacts of our poor housing stock. My second proposal is that revenue generated from the additional second homes council tax being ring-fenced to finance a 100 million whole house retrofit rollout catalyst fund across Cornwall. So using some of that 20 million revenue to capitalise it. So we've got ongoing funding stream from revenue from the second homes council tax, that we commit that to whole house retrofit, so that this council is actually taking positive action to bring people out of fuel poverty and the many, many other benefits of whole house retrofit, such as educational attainment and a whole host of other areas. So, Madam Chairman, those are my two further recommendations. Thank you.
Can you please send those to Henry and Anita, because we're going to have to check that.
Will do.
While we're waiting, Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor German, I think I would expect you to stand up and rant if we were to say to you that there's no money left, or there is plenty of funds left in the hardship fund that we hold, but I do have to tell you that there's not a penny. We have spent it all, and that's what should be happening. I don't know if my deputy, David Harris, wants to come in, but the 100% premium on council tax, we have said that it will go towards our priorities. And our priorities are adult social care, housing and school transport. So that absolutely includes the issue that you've been raised. In relation to the Household Support Fund, I do want to give a little bit of a thank you to Labour, just to make the two over there, all the three over there feel a little bit more comfortable, because we were really, really concerned that we were not going to see some replacement money for that Household Support Fund. Now, Labour have announced that we are going to get a 6-month extension. However, we don't know what that sum's going to be. But I can assure you that already the officers within the finance team are absolutely looking to see where that money can be allocated, and it will probably follow the same trends as the Household Support Fund has been used in the past, and that is absolutely targeting the most vulnerable and those people, those residents in Cornwall who need that help and that financial support. When we know how much we've got, we'll share it with you.
Madam Chairman, I'd like a point of factual correction.
If you just let me, I was just going to say, you know, we've had your amendments, and given the fact that the leader is saying that there is no money, do you want to continue with your amendments?
I do, and my point of factual correction is when asking the Section 151 officer about what funds there are, the answer wasn't there are no funds. The answer was that there's different funds across different directorates, so it's difficult to give you a figure. So I've not been told that there are no funds. I've been told that there's different funding streams across different directorates.
I did actually say there was no hardship funds available, and I think I made that quite clear, because we've spent it and allocated it.
So do you have a seconder for your amendments? So you have had some words come back to you. Can you just confirm, Councillor German, that you are happy with them?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm not happy with the introduction, if appropriate, a report be made to the Deputy Leader. I'm happy that a report be made to the Deputy Leader, but I'm happy with the change of words on the second recommendation. Thank you.
Sorry, I appreciate this is slightly awkward of having a conversation across here with you haven't seen it. I'll come back to you in a minute with the wording. The only reason for if appropriate, of course, is that if actually there isn't any funding there, I appreciate what you're saying that there might be, but if there isn't, is there a need to take a report? That's why if appropriate. But I suppose it's slightly redundant, but it's there because if there is no money, then there's no need for a report. So happy or not?
The wording is that options for the use of council finance, including targeting unclaimed hardship funds. So there is council finance, at least 750 million a year. So I'm sure that there is still council finance.
Yeah. So thank you, Chair, members. So Councillor German is proposing additions essentially along the lines that saying that options for the use of council finance, including targeted unclaimed hardship funds to fuel poverty, support to Community Energy Plus and Citizens Advice Bureau are explored and a report made to the Deputy Leader for decision. And then secondly, that a report be presented to Cabinet considering revenue generated from the additional Second Homes Council tax being ring-fenced to finance a £100 million house retrofit rollout catalyst fund across Cornwall.
Are you happy with that, Councillor Frost?
Yeah, I would be happy to absorb them into my motion, yeah.
Councillor Toms.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. In my life, I've made some good decisions and some bad decisions. And one of the bad decisions was to defer my pension. If I tell you my state pension now accrues tax on the last little bit of it, you know, then like Councillor Gardner said, I've got a forces pension and I'm taxed on that. I'm taxed on everything I've got here. And on the fuel allowance, everybody thinks they just give it to you, but they tax you on that as well, because that's an additional payment to me. So I pay tax on just about everything. And, you know, at 70 years old, I think, why am I paying so much tax? I should be leading a reasonable life. But when I leave here next year and I lose the money, I will still be taxed on everything I get above the tax threshold. And, you know, I think after working something like about 57 years, I think I deserve a bit better than that. And like somebody said here about, you know, we're the lowest pensions in Europe. You know, it's unfair, you know, and I don't care what anybody thinks of me or anything else. I just think that what Councillor Frost is trying to do is admirable, because people have lost out, and it's my biggest caseload at the moment, and I'm working with Food Bank, right, to provide, and I've given them some of my community chest money, to buy electric blankets. So if somebody comes and gets an assessment with them, they will give them an electric blanket so they're not going to freeze to death this winter. Now, when we've got to go to those extremes, there's something wrong with society. And whether we like society or we dislike society, society's got to exist where we look after the youngest, as we did with the last motion, and the oldest, that we look after with this motion. And I think that I will support this because it's right and proper to do so. Thank you.
Councillor McGowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to try and take some of the emotion out of this debate, but I do really struggle to be lectured by representatives from the Conservative administration who have been seen time and time again, sat silent over 14 years of austerity, punching down on some of the most vulnerable in society. And over the last 3 years, this administration have voted time and time again to cut funding for some of our most essential services through demand reduction strategies, removal of universal availability, raising eligibility thresholds and cutting jobs. On the whole, the Labour Group support elements 1 and 3 of the proposal laid out in this motion and thank Councillor Frost and Nolan for bringing it to Council today. Unfortunately, we cannot endorse the Leader's letter to the Chancellor. This is clearly a really important issue, which is proposed national policy could negatively impact a large number of potentially vulnerable people. A taper or broadened means-tested methodology would be preferable in preventing a cliff-edge issue in using pension credit eligibility, acknowledging that not everyone eligible for pension credits claims them. I'm disappointed that the intent to reduce access to winter fuel allowance has been announced without a full impact assessment, reflecting clumsy policy implementation that has caused wide-ranging concern. The Labour Group is hopeful that the policy will be reviewed and revised in the autumn statement. With that said, I think there are a few important points that need to be raised to provide some context to the current debate. The winter fuel payment, with few exceptions, is a universal benefit paid to people over 65 and has long been criticised as being not targeted enough, providing many households with a payment who simply don't need it. In 22-23, winter fuel payments cost the UK government £2 billion and paid to 11.4 million people, with additional cost of living payments to pensioners of a further 2.6 billion. Having increased by 10% in 2023, 8.5% in 24, the state pension payment is due to increase by a further £460 in 2025 and by £1,700 by the end of this Parliament. Labour government has extended the £421 million household support fund, due to be scrapped by the Tories, which Cornwall Council have been very successful in distributing to households most in need. The government will continue to deliver a £150 warm home discount for low-income households from October. Government is already working with local authorities and charities in a drive to
30 seconds.
eligible households to apply for pension credit. Importantly, the reasons for this policy change is to try and fill the huge £22 billion black hole left by the Conservative government, with the current policy aiming to make £1.5 billion in-year savings. There are more financially and environmentally sustainable ways to prevent fuel poverty. I think I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Councillor Donathorne.
Well, I'm sorry, Councillor McGowan, but I don't believe that you meant a word of that, and I do feel sorry for you and your Labour colleagues who apparently are here on a Labour whip to defend a callous decision by the Labour government to cut winter fuel payments from some of the most vulnerable people, not just across Cornwall, but the entire country. I just wanted to kind of rebut a couple of the points made by Councillor Thomas and Councillor Mitchell, who seemed to suggest that there were 14 years to sort this out. The Conservative government never would have cut the winter fuel payment from some of the most vulnerable pensioners in Cornwall.
Point of order.
And of course, the triple... Well, what's the point in the Constitution you're referring to?
Say that.
Shall I sit down?
What is your point of order? Sorry.
My point of order was that the 14... Sorry, stand up properly. The 14 years was a period in which to review that, not to change it. I didn't say that they could actually...
That's not a point of order.
I've just been misrepresented.
Councillor Donathorne.
Yeah, no, I don't think there's much to comment on there. Indeed, the point that I would make, of course, is that over the last 14 years, of course, the basic state pension has increased by £3,700 since 2010, compared to the measly 75 pence that under the Labour government in 1999. And of course, we would have protected the triple lock too. But the Labour government can't use that legacy from the Conservative government, where pensioners received an extra £3,700 to then take away money from pensioners across Cornwall. Well, you're shouting across the council chamber now, Councillor Barnes, but we're all going to be watching how you vote later, and whether you're going to side with pensioners in your division or whether you're going to follow the Labour whip. And of course, this needs to be fully considered in the context of what has been said, because the Labour government knew how bad this policy was going to be. It's why they refused to do an impact assessment and release it, because they knew that those results were going to come across as devastating, which they will be. And of course, I pay tribute to those Labour members at their party conference this week who tried to table a motion to discuss this. But of course, the senior leadership of the changed Labour Party refused to allow them to discuss it on the conference floor. So it's right that we have the chance to discuss it here in the council chamber. And before I table an amendment, which I will then speak on,
you have 30 seconds.
The question that I would ask all colleagues to consider is, when this Labour government, when did they make the decision to rob Cornwall's pensioners of their winter fuel payment, only to hand it to inflation-busting pay rises to train drivers? That was not in their election manifesto, and I think they all knew that they were going to do this as soon as they got into government. So I'm going to table an amendment. I've sent it to the monitoring officer in advance. I don't know if it can come onto the screen. But essentially, in the point 3, regrets the decision of Cornwall's 4 Labour MPs to vote with the Labour government to remove winter fuel payments from over 100,000 Cornish pensioners, including many vulnerable residents, and that's to be inserted before full council requests the leader to contact all MPs. Shall I? Yeah. And then to add, and this is in the context of what looks to be a disastrous Labour budget coming in October, that supports the position from the Conservative manifesto that the new government should protect and maintain all current pensioner benefits, including free bus passes, winter fuel payments, free prescriptions and TV licences. I did, and I look forward to seeing how you vote, Councillor Mitchell, and I would like a recorded vote.
So you're seconding. Councillor Frost, do you accept?
Well, I do regret the Labour MPs voting for it, and I do think they should keep their bus passes. So I don't really have a problem with absorbing it, to be honest. I think it is a real shame that we've devolved into party politics when this is actually about people that are going to suffer and actionable things we can do as a council. But it's a meaningless sentence in a motion that can actually cause good things, so I'll just absorb it.
Is there any more speakers then after that? Councillor Barnes.
We had a lot of rain in Redruth on Saturday. It's nearly as much as we got the crocodile tears from the tourists over there. I would like to know, what will the Cabinet do to encourage residents to claim extra benefits other than political posturing? A previous speaker was right about the winter fuel payments. They should be included in the state pension. As a good trade unionist, I can tell you that the state pension should be seen as people's ordinary salary, and the winter fuel benefits as a bonus. And the trouble with bonuses is they never really change, and they normally, in time, get absorbed into the pay, and that's what really should happen now. If people had enough sense here, they put an amendment that the winter fuel payment should be included into state pension, and then as the increases go up, that pensioners would actually get more. Councillor Nolan started off by saying He's now 68. Well, you may not believe it, but I'm 68 as well. And obviously, I've had not such a hard life. But at present, this will cost me £200 by not having this, claiming this extra money. But I had to work another 12 months from 65 to 66 because of George Osborne. I'd sooner pay you £200 and retired at 65 than have to be enslaved because of George Osborne. Austerity cuts cut the pay of nurses that the Tories would later clap for. And in the NHS, they actually had to get rid of Band 1 because of the fact that there was no more money. So the Tories are quite quick to jump on £200, but everyone else had to suffer through austerity. And
30 seconds.
And I think some people must be after trying to get more seats in the cabinet while they're still going.
Councillor Clemo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First and foremost, I'd like to say that I support much of what has been said in regards to the motion, and I do support Councillor Donathorne's amendments. But more importantly, I keep looking up at the top gallery there today because I'm a councillor advocate for our wonderful Cornwall Youth Council. And that young lady's been in my eye line all day, and I dread to think what she must be thinking right now. I think some of you should hang your heads in shame. This chamber is not about political posturing, it's about supporting the people of Cornwall to the best of our ability. And I'm thoroughly ashamed to be here today.
Councillor Taylor.
Thank you. I wanted to address the first point that Councillor Barnes made, which was the most sensible I've heard from him in a long time, and that is, what is this council going to do? So I've already said that as a council we are absolutely committed in getting comms out to our residents by way of our newsletter, by way of Facebook, by way of our normal comms, to help direct our residents towards the cost of living support for rising energy costs. But more importantly, that really strong message, please apply for that pension credit. And I know on a trip up to Liscard quite recently, I was absolutely honoured to be taken by Councillor Pascoe and Councillor Nick Craker to the Citizens' Advice, who are working incredibly hard to help our most vulnerable. They won't fill the forms in, but they will actually help and guide. And I'm thinking that this is probably something most citizens' advice bureaus within Cornwall will do, stressing they can't fill the forms in, but they can absolutely help. What we'll do is the cost of living support for rising energy costs. I'm going to ask if our Democratic Services team can get that sent out as a link. It will prove invaluable now for some of our most vulnerable people in Cornwall. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Candy.
Briefly, Chair, I should have stayed at home today to support a family member who's had a bit of a crisis, but I thought I ought to come to full council. I reiterate what Tim Dwelly has said. There hasn't been much on the agenda of importance. This, however, is very important. But what I would like to reiterate is the Speaker opposite condemning the party politics that has gone on in this chamber, and I hang my head in shame having to listen to it.
Okay, Councillor Donathorne, do you have a seconder for a recorded vote? Okay, so if you agree... Councillor McGowan.
Thank you. Would now be a time to request that each part of the motion is voted on individually?
No, we're not going to be doing that one. Okay, so if you are in agreement...
Chair,
Right, okay.
Chair, point of order. I think it's really important that all of these measures are taken in the same context and all together. So I'm not sure on the constitutional way to do this.
That's not a point of order,
Okay,
we was discussing it with the
But I'm happy to,
officer.
if you need me to, I'm happy to propose that that we do them all together.
No, I've been speaking to the monitoring officer and we are going to leave them on block as the 6. And we can't get it all on the screen. So the monitoring officer, are you going to read it all out?
We need to do a recorded vote first.
Okay. So we're going back to the recorded vote first before we actually get to there. So if you agree to a recorded vote, can you please stand now? Sorry, sit down. Okay, can we have some quiet, please? Councillor Frost, I'm bringing you back in to sum up, and then we'll go to the vote.
Thank you. I'll just try and cover off some of the not so ridiculous points that have been made here today. I think the general election has reflected how people are sick of identity politics, and it's why the Tories got wiped out, and it's why Labour won without actually any increase of their vote share. It's because people are looking elsewhere because they're absolutely sick of this. It's about sensible politics. Let's debate, let's discuss, come to a consensus. And if we don't all agree, we don't all agree. So, Councillor Thomas said about taxing it. I actually don't disagree with that. If the government had actually come out and said, do you know what, we're going to look at this and we're going to have an announcement next year with changes to how we're going to do it, I wouldn't have a problem with it. I've got a problem with this slash and burn policy. Councillor Mitchell said we need to find new ways of doing it. Completely agree. Actually, a windfall tax is something you said. That was actually in the Liberal Democrat manifesto. It was a windfall tax on energy companies' record profits to help fund universal winter fuel payments. Could have been done. Also, someone mentioned the wealth gap. The UK actually has the largest wealth gap in the Western world. That's why we don't feel rich, because we feel it so much harder than other countries. Councillor McGowan made some very good points. He highlighted the triple lock, which I am going to get political now, Liberal Democrat policy, another sensible one. The reality is, he said about waiting to see if there's some changes in the autumn statement. The reality is we can't wait. It's as simple as that. Councillor Perry actually mentioned about a hotline that elderly people can access, because you're absolutely right. Email, social media, it doesn't work. I kept it vague purposely because I felt that the officers can then come up. They're the ones with the skills and the expertise to run the campaign. I hope the Chief Exec is listening and puts a hotline in the consideration, because I actually think it's a great idea. And if this motion is approved, which I'm sure it will be, that they consider that. You know, we've got to stop doing this, people. We're here to represent our residents, and some of them are struggling. And when they're sat here listening to us rabble on each other about who's to blame for what, who's to blame for this, they're still sat in their home going cold, or going hungry, or struggling, or thinking about where's the next bit of money coming from that they can feed their kids. We have to start working together to do what's best for Cornwall and forget about the tribalism. We don't always agree on everything, but we do agree on things sometimes, and actually a bit of polite debate to get a consensus is much more better for our residents than just arguing back and forth all the time.
Some wise words there, Councillor Frost. I think that it's incumbent on us as councillors to be signposting a lot of these people. We are out in our communities. We have access to newsletters and to their clubs. So it's not just sending out hotlines. We are the hotline, so let's not forget that. So we are now going to the vote.
Thank you, Chair. So your members, you're going to be voting on Councillor Frost's motion, which has been amended with the amendments proposed by Councillor German and Councillor Donathorne. I'll just read it for you because we're going to struggle to get it on the screen today. So firstly, full council urgently commences a significant awareness campaign to maximise uptake of pension credits. This will include use of council notice boards, social media, promotion in local press, and also targeted letters to those who may be eligible. 2, full council endorses the letter sent by the leader to the Chancellor of the Exchequer. 3, full council regrets the decision of Cornwall's 4 Labour MPs to vote with the Labour government to remove winter fuel payments from over 100,000 Cornish pensioners, including many vulnerable residents, and requests the leader to contact all MPs representing Cornwall, requesting their formal support to halt changes to the winter fuel payment eligibility. 4, that options for the use of council finance, including targeted unclaimed hardship funds to fuel poverty, support to Community Energy Plus and Citizens Advice Bureau, are explored and a report made to the Deputy Leader for decision. That a report be presented to Cabinet considering revenue generated from the additional second homes council tax being ring-fenced to finance £100 million whole house retrofit rollout catalyst fund across Cornwall. And 6, full council supports the position from the Conservative manifesto that the new government should protect and maintain all current pensioner benefits, including free bus passes, winter fuel payments, free prescriptions and TV licences. Thank you, Chair.
Sorry, Madam Chair, on a point of order, I'm not quite sure that what the monitoring officer has read out reflects Councillor Donithorne's amendment. Because there were the last, did you put those last 2 points in?
No, it's the points raised by Councillor German.
They were Councillor German's.
Yes.
So hang on, can I just be clear in terms of where we're going with the voting? We're going to vote on Councillor German's amendment. Oh, fuck. Right, I give up.
Okay, we seem to have a technical hitch at the moment. Councillor McGowan?
Thank you. I just want to ask the relevance of the final amendment there in terms of reference to the Conservative policy around protecting. Zero relevance to the debate there.
Can we stop arguing across the floor here, please?
Whether you're for, against or you abstain, and you'll forgive me if I read out some names from members not be here because we haven't prepped this sheet. That's not what it says. No, it's a report. I haven't got the sheet.
I just sent it to you.
Yeah, I haven't got it.
Where it is then.
I can read it over your shoulder.
How much did we pay for all this gear?
Councillor Taylor.
So I'll read it. Bear with us.
Councillor Taylor?
Yeah, Chair, if I may, could I ask you to read out the amendment, the recommendation in its entirety? And I do apologise because there's a little nuance there that I think I might have missed and I'm not terribly happy with. Thank you.
Which one was it? Maybe I can just sort.
Well, it's the, if I may then, it's the introduction from Councillor German, please. If I could hear what he said that appears to have been adopted as a...
If it was that one, it was that a report be presented to Cabinet considering revenue generated from the additional second homes at council tax being ring-fenced to finance £100 million whole house retrofit rollout catalyst fund across council. It's just a report to Cabinet considering it.
Right, a report.
Yeah, but that's what they're after. That's what they're after.
Okay,
Okay, so if I can start reading, then this is going to be a bit suck it and see. Oh, here it is. It's coming through now. Typical. So, Councillor Alvey.
For.
Councillor Arthur.
For.
Councillor Barnes. Against. Councillor Bastin.
For.
Councillor Bunny.
For.
Councillor Candy.
For.
Councillor Channon. For. Councillor Clemens.
For.
Councillor Cole. Councillor Conway.
Abstain, Your Honour.
Councillor Crabtree.
For.
Councillor Craker. For. Councillor Cruz.
For.
Councillor Desmond. For. Councillor Donithorne.
For.
Councillor Dwelly's gone. Councillor Ellenbrook. For. Councillor Foreman. No.
For.
Oh, sorry, beg your pardon. Councillor Frank.
For.
Councillor Frost.
For.
Councillor Gardner.
For.
Councillor George.
Abstain.
Councillor German.
For.
Councillor Giles.
For.
Councillor Glasson. Councillor Harris.
For.
Councillor Harvey. Councillor Jenkin.
For.
Councillor Jewell.
For.
Councillor Jordan.
Not
Sorry. Okay, Councillor Keeling. For. Councillor Kirk.
Against.
Councillor Lennox Boyd. Councillor Long.
For.
Councillor Luke. For. Councillor McGowan.
Against.
Councillor C. Martin.
For.
Councillor J. Martin. For. Councillor McKenna's gone. Councillor McLennan. Gone. Councillor Andrew Mitchell. For. Councillor Monk.
For.
Councillor Moorcroft. For. Councillor Morgan. For. Councillor Mould.
For.
Councillor Mustoe. For. Councillor Nolan. For. Councillor Parsons. Not here. Councillor Pascoe.
For.
Jane Pascoe. Councillor Painter's gone. Councillor Perry. For. Councillor Rogerson.
For.
Councillor Rowe. Not here. Councillor Rouse. For. Councillor Seaver.
For.
Councillor Sodhi. For. Councillor Taylor.
For.
Councillor Mike Thomas.
For.
Councillor Tilby.
Not here.
Councillor Tivnan.
For.
Councillor Toms.
For.
Councillor Ver. Councillor Whedon.
For.
Councillor Wells.
For.
Councillor White.
Not here.
Councillor Widden.
Not here.
Councillor Williams.
For.
Williams Pears.
For.
Councillor Wills. Gone. And Councillor Worth.
For.
Thank you. So that's 53 in favour, 3 against, 3 abstain.
So that's carried. Thank you. Okay, agenda item 13.3, preparation of educational health and care plans. In accordance with the Council Procedure Rule 12.4, I am using my discretion to enable the motion to be debated today. I will therefore ask Councillor Frank to move and Councillor Mustoe to second the motion set out on page 169 of the agenda pack. The associated briefing note was circulated on Thursday last week. I will then bring any of the supporters who wish to speak before opening it to the wider debate. I'd be grateful if members do not repeat points made by previous speakers. Councillor Frank.
Thank you. So, Madam Chair, fellow councillors, this motion is about funding and fairness to secure a better future for our children. Can't stray away too far from the mic though. But I want to stress though that it is also about supporting the professionals here at Cornwall Council. These are dedicated and compassionate staff. They are working tirelessly under immense pressure, but the system they are working within is failing them. And the strain that they are under reflects the experiences of families across Cornwall who are caught up in the same broken, incoherent system. Colleagues like me, I'm sure you've heard from families who are distressed, frustrated and anxious about the delays in receiving education, health and care plans called EHCPs. These plans are not just documents, they are lifelines. They detail the support that our children need to thrive. But right now in Cornwall, we're failing to meet the legal deadlines for producing those plans. Last year, we completed just 1.6% within the timeframe required by law. Now, a contributing factor for this is the sheer scale of increasing demand. In 2018, Cornwall Council received 477 requests for an EHCP. By 2023, that number had more than doubled to over 1,100. Another factor is the lack of adequate funding. To give just one example, in 2014, the upper age limit for an EHCP was raised from 18 to 25, but no additional funding was provided to help local authorities cope with this. So the lack of funding coming in is compounded by the increase in money being spent on EHCPs. Take the cost of appeals. Last year, over 13,000 appeals were made against EHCP decisions in England, and that cost local authorities across the country £60 million in total. and, more importantly, it caused distress and uncertainty for vulnerable young people and their families. So this is an issue nationwide, but for Cornwall, the situation is made even worse because of the disproportionately high increase in the number of requests for assessment and by unfair funding allocation formulas. So figures suggest that if Cornwall had received fair funding at the same level per pupil as other local authorities, we wouldn't be facing the current deficit. But the core issue is that the system is broken. A report from the Local Government Association earlier this year declared that the current system perpetuates tension, creates adversity, and sets everyone up to fail. It calls for national reform. So this motion recognises that stark reality, and it commits us also to help shaping that national reform. And I want to pay tribute to the staff, the work of our Cornwall Council professionals, and also to members of places like the working group of our Standards Committee, among others. They have carried out reviews, they've analysed the data, and that means that we in Cornwall Position, we are now
30 seconds.
What needs to change, and we stand ready to help shape that future. So colleagues, I am truly encouraged that this motion has cross-party backing, and I thank Councillor Mustoe for seconding it. And I'm pleased to share that several of our Cornwall MPs have already expressed their support. Now we need the newly elected government to act decisively and collaboratively. So let us stand as guardians of hope for every child, ensuring that the light of opportunity shines equally bright in Cornwall as it does anywhere else in this country. Together, working within a system that is fit for purpose and adequately funded, we can build a future where no family is left waiting in the shadows and every need is met with fairness, compassion and action. Thank you.
Councillor Mustoe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And can I also take the opportunity to thank our colleague, Councillor Frank, for bringing this important and powerful motion to full council. I know of her interest in this area dating back to our membership of both the Children and Families Overview and Scrutiny Committee, which I currently chair, and its predecessor, the Children and Families Portfolio Advisory Committee in the dim and distant past, which again we both sat on. And Council, throughout this time, and going back to the formation of Cornwall Council in 2009, two things have been very clear. One, that our officers, the dedicated and hard-working teams that do so much for some of our most vulnerable children and their families during difficult times, are having to constantly do all they can to deliver their service against a massively rising demand, particularly since the pandemic. And two, that over the years, despite doing all they can, overperforming in many areas with a relatively small resource available to them, that our council's pleas for fairer funding for these services to successive governments, Labour, Lib Dem Conservative Coalition and Conservative, have seemingly gone unheard. That is why, both as one member of this chamber and as chairman of the Children and Families Overview and Scrutiny Committee, I am pleased to second Councillor Frank's motion, which calls upon the council to redouble its calls for change in this area, lobbying both our new MPs and the government to address this historical and very much ongoing issue. Our committee, as I always say, has always been united in ensuring every decision we make while scrutinising the work of the Together for Families team is taken with the best outcome for the child at its heart. And I would specifically highlight the work that the TFF has done in recent years on celebrating neurodiversity and the SEN transformation plan as just two ways in which our services are working towards doing just that. And I congratulate Rachel Delamay, our Head of Inclusion and SEND, on leading on this. But we need a fair and level playing field in order to do so, to give our officers the best tools they need to help vulnerable children and families through difficult and lifelong conditions. To draw upon my own experiences, as a resident of Cornwall and as a parent of an SEN child, my wife and I have struggled mightily over the years to help us get the support we need for ourselves and for our son. As a parent of an SEN child, you have to be their constant advocate, their champion, and to go to battle for them every time you need to access a service. And I often think, if we have these issues, how much more are these amplified for parents who don't know how the council works and who could be having to deal with numerous other problems at the same time. This is a growing problem, and it will only get worse if something is not done about it. In the run-up to this debate,
30 seconds.
I'm pleased to have heard from our former colleague and new MP for Trow and Falmouth, Jane Kirkham, who has followed in the footsteps of another former Cornwall councillor and now former MP, Steve Double, in becoming Vice Chair of the Fair Funding Group F40, which has campaigned for over 20 years for a fairer, more equitable funding formula for rural areas. I'm sure this will ensure that Cornwall's voice continues to be heard loud and clear in the fight for fairer funding, which will do so much to assist with the HCP issues that Councillor Frank has highlighted with this motion. And I hope that our new MPs will join together cross-party, as we do on the Children and Families Overview and Scrutiny Committee, and as I hope we will all do when we vote on this motion, and push a new government to give Cornwall the funding it deserves. Colleagues, please support this motion. Thank you.
Firstly, please can any members listed as supporters for the motion raise their hands if they wish to speak. Councillor George.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Much appreciated, Barrister. Well, first of all, I should declare an interest because as I've decided in relation to the previous motions brought before us this afternoon, because we'll be writing a letter to me that I should abstain from the actual vote on the subject. But on this issue, as I supported Councillor Frank in the excellent and important motion that's been brought forward us towards us today, I felt that I should say a few words in support. First of all, to endorse everything that she and Councillor Mustoe have said, because and also to actually reflect perhaps on what Councillor Dwelly and indeed Councillor German have alluded to, the otherwise empty agendas that we tend to have, that we need to have agendas which actually address what the Council can itself do about these issues, rather than constantly writing letters to governments and to MPs, worthwhile as that is. But there are powers within the Council itself, and I think that as councillors we should be engaging in that debate. We often repeat the mantra in all of the papers that we receive that we want a territory, a Cornwall, a duchy in which children start well. We use that mantra on a regular basis, and here's an example of where they clearly don't, and indeed the situation has been getting significantly worse in recent years. And I reflect on the words of Councillor Mustoe just a moment ago, someone who's engaged with the system itself, and certainly the messages which come through to me from the many people who've had to confront the system itself and to try and get their children the support that they need and indeed deserve, is that they're met with a complex and convoluted and adversarial system, one which many of those parents are simply don't have the confidence, or nor do they have the equipment to be able to address, and indeed it becomes a barrier to the very people who really need that support most. And it's something which I hope that we will all reflect on as we take this forward. It is vitally important. It's something on which we need to be acting here in Cornwall, as well as, of course, quite rightly pleading to successive governments to make sure that we get a fair share of the resources available. So I
30 seconds.
Support the motion that's been brought forward today. It's well couched, and certainly working through the F40 councils as well is part of a wider issue of unfair funding, which Cornwall has to indeed endure. I hope that this particular motion doesn't become as politicised as the last one was, and I hope that we can come together and support this. Thank you very much.
Councillor Jenkin.
Miraz, thank you. I'm one of the people who's been working on the Standards Working Party and as chair of the Standards Working Party, and this is a very timely motion. The results of the Standards Working Party so far are that our staff are going above and beyond and doing as much as they can. The transformation plan is delivering improvements and trying to deal with the backlog. However, that the additional capacity has been brought in because of short-term funding. That short-term funding runs out in March. Unless that is mainstreamed, unless that this council really takes on the needs, we will be back in the same position and worse next year. So all of us within the council need to take some responsibility for ensuring that the blockage in the system doesn't continue. Now, part of that is we don't get fairer funding from central government. As Councillor Tom said earlier, you know, there's several million that could be being put into young people that isn't, because we aren't getting that fair per head funding. But part of it is also how we make the decisions for the future within this council, within our limited budgets. And if you, like me, agree that our young people are the basis of the future for Cornwall, then we need to ask ourselves, how can we ensure that this system no longer becomes a block, but becomes something that can actually save money in the long term. One of the reasons that the Standards Committee got involved in this is because of the number of local government ombudsman complaints that have been found to be proven because of poor systems within this council. And that's not poor systems because the staff are doing a bad job. It's because, as Councillor Frank has said, you know, the demand has more than doubled and the staff have not increased. And this is only going to continue with the increase in the 16 to 25-year-olds still being within the system as well. So this is a real
30
pressure
seconds.
on our budget, and I would ask everyone to support this motion because it's a good step down the way of recognising that there's a real issue here that needs to be addressed. Thank you.
Councillor Colin Martin.
Thank you, Chair. So I have some experience in special needs. For several years I worked for Wave, which is based just across the road, who are one of the alternative provision providers for children with special educational needs. And what I saw time and time again is that children who have missed out on early intervention end up spiralling further and further into difficulties, and then we end up having to spend a huge amount of money on picking up the pieces. Now, I'm not declaring an interest because I was made redundant from that job when this council cut funding for that service. And we're in a crazy situation where the buck keeps getting passed from one bit of the system to another. Yes, if we spent more money on staff to process these applications, we would get the EHCPs done more swiftly, but the council then has no money to actually provide the packages that we would then be legally required to provide. Likewise, every school has to pay the first £6,000 of whatever it is that the HCP prescribes for each child. So built into the system is a disincentive for the schools to drive those things forward because it's going to cost them, and schools are squeezed. It's worth noting every time over the last 14 years that you've heard a government spokesman say, we're spending more money on schools, what that means is the core schools budget, but not the SEN budget. And that's spiralled into chaos. I can't remember the exact figures. Tracy will wave at me if I get them terribly wrong, but I think that at the start of this financial year, we were approximately £30 million in the red on our special needs budget, with a prediction that that is going to more than double over the next 2 or 3 years. That figure is currently, under rules from the last government, doesn't count on our balance sheet. Okay? We just have a special secret overdraft that doesn't count when we meet our legal obligation to balance the books. But guess what? That special secret overdraft was set by the last government to expire next March. So, funny, now we're going to have to find a way to cover that gap as well. It is time for us to draw a line under this piecemeal, passing the buck approach. We need to recognise that the best thing for our children, the best thing for our council budget and the taxpayers, the best thing for our society
30
as a
seconds.
whole, is to get in there early. Give people the support they need at the earliest stage. So what we need from the government is to change the funding rules so that as well as giving us fair funding, and it is partly that we don't get our fair share compared to other areas, but every council in the country is struggling with this. I spoke to one council where they said they're just automatically rejecting every application that comes in because it's cheaper to take them all to tribunal because some people don't have the resources to go to a tribunal. So we need all to take responsibility for this and do what's right for our children. Thank you.
Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Councillor Frank, for putting this motion today, which I fully support. Quite a few of us in the Chamber are members of the School Transport Appeals Committee, and we're seeing firsthand the incredible number, the increase in people with special needs. Now, we shouldn't be counting the cost. They have special needs, and some of those needs are very, very individual to those people, which means specific travel arrangements and finding a school with sufficient SEND provision. One of the problems in Cornwall is that sometimes those children who need the most attention have to travel enormous distances to find that provision, which is another reason why I fully support the need to push for a fairer levelling of the funding that we get. But it isn't only the school transport people. I'm also a member of Children and Families, and I see the work they're doing. We are grossly underfunded, and anything we can do through this motion today to help is definitely vital. So thank you.
Councillor Rogerson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was one of the supporters. I think everything I was going to say has been said incredibly eloquently by people who've spoken before me. I will just echo, I think, what Councillor Martin has just said. It's always very difficult to prove what early intervention does, but over the last decade, we have begun to garner evidence of what can happen if you get in early with babies and toddlers and young children, not only in terms of obviously the health, the mental health, the emotional health and the physical health of those children, and the distress levels within families. And we now have proof, and of course this is about money, as everyone has said as well. So we know, and we are held up, and the marvellous staff in Together for Families that both James and Hilary have mentioned, and the enormous stresses under which they work, that, of course, will make a huge difference now, because we can prove, and governments have to take note now, that the earlier we get in, and that is why our Early Help Hub is held up nationally, that as a council, our teams working with young people are actually advising other councils elsewhere. So I've just got to hope that the longer we can go on proving that it works, that this incoming government now will also listen and realise that's where the money needs to go. The earlier, the better for our children and our families. Thank you, Chair. And thank you to councillors who presented the motions today. Thank you, both of you.
Councillor Mike Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you very much to Councillor Frank and Councillor Mustoe for bringing this to us. I agree with everything that's been said so far this afternoon on this topic. I'd like to take this opportunity of thanking all those staff for Children and Families, and also drawing attention to the Ofsted report, particularly. I'm sure all members have read the Ofsted report from last month, which graphically shows the issues that have been brought to our attention today. And I'm very grateful to Councillor Jenkins for giving you the perspective from the standard side. That gives us more insight. This is, of course, a funding issue at its heart. And it seems that we're only a few months ago we were debating this, and we had lots of data, if you recall, that actually explored all the areas. And I think I stood here and made the plea that we cannot do this alone. Cornwall has to work with other local authorities. And I wonder whether there has been any progress. So my question would be within this to the leader, whether there has been work with those other local authorities that are at a similar point as us. Because if we work together, fair funding then will be something that we've got work. So I'm addressing the motion, but I'm also saying within the motion, the key point is addressing and sending letters, but maybe the letters also should go to other chief executives of other authorities so that we work together so we get a proper funding deal for all those local authorities that are in particular need. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Donathorne.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Upon your advice, I won't repeat the points that have been made already. I just wanted to thank Councillor Frank for the approach that you took to this motion by making it cross-party from the start, by actually reaching out to all members to secure their support. And I was delighted, however late it was, close to midday, to put in my to support and to thank you for the approach that you took on that. There are a couple of other points that I wanted to mention. I don't think I need to contribute to how important this motion is or the work that Kate and the Children and Families team do. Of course, the Children and Families Overview Scrutiny Committee, Councillor Ellenbrook, who I know personally is a huge champion of securing the best deal that she can for children and families across Cornwall. So I just wanted to speak in this to try and add weight to the fact that I think Councillor Martin was absolutely right that governments of all colour have been fronted with the opportunity to secure a lasting resolution on this and all have failed. And actually that's one of the things that I was happy to say in the election campaign, is that my party should have gone much further and faster on securing a better funding deal and a fairer funding formula, which didn't. So I would say to Councillor McGann and Councillor Barnes that, I hope we can all work cross-party on this issue to make sure that we support your MPs. I'd like to thank Jane Kirkham for becoming co-vice chair of the F40 APPG. I think that would be a very useful forum to be able to feed in. And I know that they've raised, I think Noah Law as well has raised questions in the House of Commons on this. So hopefully with Councillor Ellenbrook and this motion, that we can all push forward and try and secure some improvement to the fairer funding formula as well.
Councillor Toms.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Firstly, I must apologise to the room because I didn't know until somebody pointed out to me that if you were born before the September 1958, and I certainly was, that the benefits for fuel allowance are not taxable. So if I misled anybody, please accept my apologies. The second part is, I talk to senior officers in this council, and they're very open and honest. I've got to say, I've found out some things that have made my hair curl. This council is approximately £40 million SEN in debt. What Councillor Martin was saying is quite correct. If we had to pay that back tomorrow, we would be in desperate trouble. Devon is far larger than ours, and they will be in trouble. And I think if you did this across the country, it would really, really hurt. And most of the council would be saying, I'm sorry, Section 114 notice, and we'd be sort of filing for bankruptcy, if you like. The other thing is, I'm on the appeals panel, and sometimes, and Councillor Perry will know this, we get this situation where we in our hearts would say yes to giving somebody transport, but the ECHP has not been done, and therefore we're making a decision blind of what might tip us to the right side of making that decision. And that's very difficult for any councillor that cares, and all the councillors I've worked with on that committee are caring, and they really do believe that a good decision must be made, whether it's, to get somebody to transport or not to get somebody to transport. So we're making some of those decisions in a very precarious way without having the full information. And I would say ECHPs are very important. But I support the motion, and thank you, Hilary, and thank you, James, for bringing this. I think it's an important issue, and I hope the Chamber supports it. Thank you.
Okay, so we're now opening to the wider membership. If you would like to speak on this, please raise your hand. But I'm going back to remind you, do not keep repeating points that have been previously made, because we're going to be here all night. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you. There's been some criticism today about motions, and I've actually sent a congratulatory email to Councillor Frank and to Councillor Mustoe, because this is why we have motions. This is incredibly important, and I do thank you both for bringing it forward. I just want to address something that Councillor Thomas raised. I think it was you, apologies if it wasn't, asking what we're doing, how we're trying to engage, and we are part of the F40 for schools, and that is actually unfortunately, the lowest 43 funded local authorities in the UK, and that says something. I want to congratulate Kate Evans-Hughes and her team for the real, it's not just hard work, it's done with compassion. And it's done with investment into our children. So I absolutely want to acknowledge again the work that they're doing. Yeah. Thank you, Kate. And Kate is also the chair of the SEND Improvement Board, the national for the South West. So, you know, if it was Mike, our voices are being heard. But to confirm or echo what Councillor Donathorne has said, fairer funding. And it's not something we're not going to give up on. So, Kate, thank you for you and your team.
Councillor Desmond.
Thank you, Chair. Fairly short and sweet on a different topic relating to all of this. First, big thanks for bringing this forward. The education system and its needs are very much close to my heart. And in terms of the close to the heart, I think Councillor Thomas made a very good point about funding being very much at its heart. And it's on that topic that I want to ask if we have got any risk profile to go with the motion in terms of the impact we're likely to have from the intention of this government to add 20% VAT to all private schools and educational establishments, bearing in mind that the special educational needs and disabilities which we as a council provide relies heavily upon the private sector, and some of the facilities that are provided are excellent. I refer to Pencallanick School, for example. So, question and concern. Are we going to have enough money if there is an intention to continue with this policy of adding VAT to all our private educational facilities? Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Ellenbrook.
Thank you very much. And in answer to that last question, my understanding is that the government will not be putting VAT on any schools that actually take children with special educational needs. So that I am, and I'm being nodded at, so that is correct. I think, obviously, a lot's been said, a lot of very positive things have been said in the chamber today, and I'm not going to regurgitate them. I do think it's important that when we put on things such as members' briefings to explain what happens within SEND and how the funding works and everything, that more members actually attend. And I don't mean that in an unkind way, but I have heard some things here today which I actually think are factually incorrect. And that is because people are very good at picking up sound bites rather than actually understanding the whole background of it. And I will give you for instance. The new MP, Ben Maguire, has decided to put on a conference, whatever it's called, at the end of October about special educational needs. Now, luckily, Rachel Delorme, who is our incredibly efficient and wonderful lead on inclusion and SEND, who happens also to be one of his constituents, managed to get hold of him and said, please, before you do this, can we have a meeting? I was allowed to sit in on that meeting between Rachel Delorme and Ben Maguire. At the end of an hour, he understood precisely what is going on in Cornwall. And I think that is something I would encourage through any letters we may write, all our MPs to actually engage with the education team, with Evelyn Reardon and with Rachel DeLorme to hear it, warts and all. And I also know that one of the things that Hilary did was she also spoke to Rachel, and again we had a very free and frank discussion about what's going on. And I think it's really important as members you all understand what this is. An awful lot of what is happening in Cornwall is replicated throughout the country. We are not unique, but to be frank, I'm not bothered about the other children in the UK. I'm bothered about our children in Cornwall. And I think
30 seconds.
The other thing I think we need to remember is that whatever we invest in our children means that we are not spending even more money in adult social care. Because if we deal with our young people and support them and help them when they're young, we can actually make sure that they have better lives. You've only got to look what we do here in this council with the Proper Job Cafe, where we are working with young people who have special educational needs. It is just so important. And I would like to just say one of the problems we do have, and I don't know actually whether it's in the paperwork or not, with actually getting the ECHPs done, is because nationally there is a shortage of educational psychologists who have to be part of the process. So again, I can assure Chamber, we are doing absolutely the most that we can. And Children and Families Overview and Scrutiny Committee are completely non-political on this and every other matter to do with our children. It's our children first, and then the politics comes afterwards. So please, if you get a chance to come to a briefing, please take that opportunity. And if you'd like me to ask if we can get another briefing set up, I'm very happy so to do. So apologise for taking longer. Thank you.
Councillor Crabtree.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I'm the only member of the Transport Appeals Committee that hasn't spoken, because this was brought forward by Hilary. We've had Peter and Armand pass comments. One thing that is concerning is the lack of ECHPs coming from primary schools, and they're starting to implement on, or because a lot of the problems aren't found until the last year in primary schools. Primary schools are reluctant to start the HCP process because of the cost involved, and that then has an effect on when children go into secondary school as to looking at school transport, whether they can qualify or not qualify. But I think it just wants to be mentioned that it appears that because of the cost of these reports, primary schools are trying to avoid doing them if they possibly can and pass the burdens on to secondary. Thank you.
Councillor McGowan.
Thank you. It was just in direct response to Councillor Desmond's question about potential of VAT on SEND provision within private schools. And I think at Cabinet last week, Kate Evan-Hughes confirmed that that was not the intent, and no conversations with the current government about implementing that. So just reaffirming what Kate, I think, said last week. Thank you.
Okay, there being... Oh. Councillor Conway.
Well, following on from Councillor Crabtree, I will be back on the Appeals Committee very shortly, following our earlier decision of this meeting when we redesign committees. But the point I would like to make is that if you're in London and your local SEND school is full, there's another one 3 or 4 miles down the road. There's another one after that, another 3 or 4 miles down the road. In Cornwall, if your local one is full, it's 20, 30 miles away. And you've heard me say it before, you'll hear me say it again. One of the things when I was previously on the Appeals Committee, there was a girl in Newquay, and the closest school appropriate for her was in Saltash. Now, that, I'm sure that it couldn't continue. As the poor girl, she needed extra help, and she was in a taxi with a personal assistant an hour and a half each way, which we all can see is not acceptable. But the fact is that because Cornwall is spread out, it's not only a question, we're getting less funding than everywhere else, our costs are clearly a lot more. So we must support the motion. It's very important that we do, and we must continue to make the case that because Cornwall is sparsely populated compared with most of the rest of the country, our expenses are higher. It's totally wrong that we should be paid less per pupil to educate them, SEND and mainstream, when our costs per pupil to educate them are in fact higher. Thank you.
I'm just going to bring Councillor Ellenbrook back in.
Thank you. Just to assure the Chamber again, we've just had the Planning Permission agreed for the new SEND school at Bodmin. Thursday, I'm actually opening an area resource base, which is part of our SEND provision at Redroost School, which is a new provision for children with SEND who are within our catchment area. And again, I have to reassure the Chamber that everybody in TFF, Together for Families, is very committed to our belonging framework, which means that our ambition is always to educate our young people, be they mainstream or SEND or anything else, as near as possible to their community. And we are doing our very best. And what I would ask then is when such planning applications come to planning committees for new schools, that they actually get approved. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to Councillor Frank to sum up.
I won't speak for long because it's clear there's a will within this chamber, but as I was listening to everybody, I kind of tried to crystallise the reasons why we brought this motion. And one was to shine a spotlight on our staff. They really are going above and beyond. And Kate Evan-Hughes, and in particular Rachel Delorme as head of SEND, she has brought a real academic rigour to analysing the data, predicting future trends. So please pass on our grateful thanks for all she is doing in very testing times. Also, to Together for Families, the committee and the whole department, always, in every decision when you're debating, you always have the need of the child at heart. So thank you for that. Another reason I brought this was because I wanted to make sure that we're all aware of the case of the need for fairer funding here. The third reason is Councillor Jenkins and Councillor Ellenbrook, you've honed in on this, but this is something that we all need to take responsibility for. And I didn't know until I started talking to Rachel about the real depths of the issue. I wasn't aware of what a big problem it is. So I wanted to make sure that all of us here can now become champions and understand the issue a bit more. So all member briefings, Barbara, that's good suggestion, good job there. But finally, I brought this originally because of a lady who lives in Saltash who has a child with special educational needs, and she came to me and she said, all of us, we are all doing this because we're trying to work through the system because we want the best for our children, and it feels like a constant treadmill sometimes. So I wanted to bring this here to help Hannah and families like her and us to help get them off that treadmill, get our staff off the treadmill, and just walk towards a brighter future instead. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. So we are now going old school. The screen is not working at the moment, so we're going to go back to our good old hands. So please raise your hands if you are for the motion.
Clearly carried.
And that's clearly carried. Well done. Okay, for the finale, agenda item 14, questions from members to members of the Cabinet. Members will be aware that Council agreed that a period of 60 minutes be allocated for questions from members to the Cabinet. Members are not required to give advance notice of their questions. Please raise your hand if you have a question you wish to ask so that my Vice Chairman can make a note of your name. Please keep your hand up until the Vice Chairman has everyone's names. Each member must identify which Cabinet member their question is for, and they will be able to ask one supplementary question. Can I have a bit of quiet a minute? Because I'm not finished. One supplementary question based on their original question as a response. In accordance with the Council's decision of January 2023 on supplementary questions, any member wishing to put one only has 30 seconds to do so. Questions should relate to the duties of the Council on the specific remits of the Cabinet portfolios. I'd ask that questions and responses are kept as brief as possible so as many members as possible have the opportunity to ask their question. I would appreciate it if, as far as possible, members refrain from asking parochial questions, as these can be dealt with more appropriately outside the meeting. Any questions that can or not be dealt with in the 60 minutes, of course, can be relayed to the Cabinet member outside of the meeting. Okie dokie. Councillor Crabtree.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is to Councillor Donathorne. Over the last year, I've had quite a few billboards removed, and I do know that Cormac go around removing advertising boards at the side of the road. Could I ask, at the moment, there seems to be a purge of bicycles appearing that are chained to various fencing and signs, and I know not only in my locality, further along the A39 Atlantic Highway, there's some as well. Do these require permission? If they don't, is the first question. If they haven't got permission, can the highway stewards remove them?
Councillor Donathorne.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Councillor Crabtree. Yes, they do need permission. Where they are put up without permission, that they are removed. I believe that's done on a risk profile. So those kind of posing most risk will be kind of taken down first. I believe they're also stored and they can be collected by the owners because most of them are advertising. I will check that. But yes, I think the team remove them as best they can. And of course, given that it is on a highways, it's always done on a risk calculation as well.
Thank you.
Do you have a supplementary?
No supplementary.
Councillor Desmond.
Thank you, Chair. My question too is for Councillor Donathorne, and it concerns Moorfield Car Park. Shortly after I was appointed to the Transport Role on Cabinet, I was told the Moorfield Car Park was unsafe and should be closed. I am a fellow of the Institute of Structural Engineers and an expert in these matters. I rejected that proposition. A new claim of unsafe structures is made by Cormac's consulting engineer. I challenged the veracity of this claim in early June 2024, and since then I've undertaken an analysis of the structural reason given for the closing of the car park and issued my commentary following a meeting with Cormac and officers last month. That's the 13th of August 2024. I reported again by email dated the 20th of August 2024, expressing my concerns and claiming that the reasons given technically for the car park being closed were untrue. I believe the issue has gone on for too long, nearly 4 months. So far, Cornwall Council has spent £300,000 on consultants and Cormac advice to claim the car park is unsafe. And there has been a £52,000 income loss in just 4 months. Money wasted may therefore be characterised in terms of £350,000, consequent to a decision to claim the car park was structurally unsafe and to do so without proper consideration of the issues.
Point of order, Chair. Is this questions to Cabinet or speeches?
If there is doubt about my contention that the claim is an unsafe structure, please could you tell me when I shall have the reasons for rejecting my claims? And secondly, would you agree to appoint an independent structural engineer through one of the professional bodies, such as the Institute of Structural Engineers or Institute of Civil Engineers, to adjudicate on the truth of the car park unsafe structure claim and my assertion that this is an untruthful claim? Thank you.
As you've asked 2 questions at the end, that's your supplementary gone as well, okay? Councillor Donathorne.
Thank you, Councillor Desmond. I know you have a long-standing interest in this, and thank you for the communications that you've sent to me over many months, including your expertise and your views. Of course, there is a balance of opinions in this that need to be considered, but in terms of your question that you have asked, I did speak to the Deputy Leader, and subject to cost, and of course that needs to be considered, but yes, an independent consideration of the position of the consultant that you suggested would be appropriate, but I'm putting a clause on that, Councillor Desmond, that I want to see the cost of that before we give total approval.
Councillor Wells.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. In fact, it nicely follows on from Councillor Desmond's question. It's another one to Councillor Donthorne, really put on the spot today. But looking at the wider parking issues, because Moorfield is just one component of the problems that Truro has at the moment with car parking, can Councillor Donthorne give the Council an update on how he's addressing the wider parking problems that are currently being faced by the people and businesses of Truro?
Councillor Donthorne.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Councillor Wells. And again, thank you for the work that you do in your capacity as a divisional member. Upon coming into my role as Cabinet Member for Transport, I met the service kind of director, head of strategic parking manager, sorry, is the role, to suggest that we get a workshop in place with Truro councillors and stakeholders to consider the mitigations that we might be able to offer, of course, given the closure of some of the spaces at Moorfield. I am aware from listening to stakeholders in the wider Truro area that this has had an impact on business, and I believe a date is being set for that workshop, which will of course be extended to the Truro councillors themselves and other stakeholders. In terms of wider parking capacity mitigations, I want to get the feedback from divisional members and stakeholders on that before taking any decision that we might be able to take. Obviously, it is a difficult decision to make. But on discussing with Cabinet, one of the decisions that we are taking is to remove the POF system technology in car parks, in our council car parks. Particularly issues I get concerns from those visiting Hall for Cornwall, etc., Gareth Wharf, where there are delays, sometimes up to an hour. It's causing a real nuisance for people, and of course we want to try and improve that parking experience where we can. So that will also deliver some saving, and on consultation with Cabinet over the last couple of weeks, we will be extending the offer of free parking at Christmas, currently 1 day, and it's our intention to offer 2 additional days of free parking at some point in December. Details need to be followed, and I will engage with members on that, but that's great, and I work closely with Councillor Gardner on that to ensure in supporting town vitality and small businesses in the lead up to Christmas, and of course our residents through the cost of living issues that they face.
Do you have a supplementary?
Well, only to comment, Madam Chairman, I welcome the announcement that Councillor Donthorne has just made, and particularly I know that the patrons of the Hall for Cornwall will welcome the change at the Gareth Wharf car park.
Councillor Barnes.
Thank you, Chairman. My question is to Councillor Donathorne. A man and a lady were killed in a road collision in Southgate Street, Redruth, yesterday afternoon. There is a highway safety scheme waiting to be installed. Can Councillor Donathorne get this scheme installed as soon as possible, please? And will he join me in thanking the emergency services for their dedication and professionalism in the way they dealt with this incident?
Councillor Donathorne.
Thank you, Councillor Barnes, and can I join you in paying tribute to the emergency services who helped with that dreadful tragedy, and of course, I think on behalf of all of those in the council chamber today, councillors and officers, passing on our heartfelt condolences to the families and their friends of those who sadly lost their lives. Of course, on the substantive of what you said, I'd be very happy to meet with you and Councillor Ellenbrook to consider the safety packages and proposals. I believe that this is Councillor Ellenbrook's division. Yeah, it's that kind of boundary there, and we'll work together to see what we can do to make that safer. I mean, I know since being elected as the Redruth Central divisional member, Councillor Ellenbrook has long advocated this in CAP meetings and highways meetings, and I know that Barbara will bring that wealth of experience to those meetings, but I'm absolutely happy, despite what some may think outside this chamber, actually as a trio, we work quite well together for Redruth, and I very much welcome you into those discussions so we can have a Redruth-wide discussion on that and try and secure any funding that we can to make vital, obviously, safety improvements. Thank you, Councillor Barnes.
Do you have a supplementary?
No.
Councillor German.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Nearly time for birthday cake. My question's for Councillor Monk. Does Councillor Monk agree with me that during a housing crisis, but at any time, that it is unacceptable that number 1 Penhallow Close, Treworthal, has been empty for the last 8 months due to Cornwall Housing and Cornwall Council being unable to decide whether to put in a new tenant or to dispose. Thank you.
Councillor Monk.
I agree it's totally unacceptable that any property, especially when it's owned by the council, is empty for a prolonged period of time. I wasn't aware of the exact case. I am now. I know there are some properties that it's deemed economically unviable to retrofit them, and I know some of our properties, our older ones, are on the disposal list as well. However, I'm more than happy to look at that case for him, and I find that 8 months is unacceptable, clearly. Thank you.
Do you have a supplementary?
No, thank you. Thank you.
Councillor Frost.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think my question is for Councillor Gardner. On Friday, ISG Construction announced that they had gone into administration, causing the biggest crisis in the construction industry since Carillion went under. I was quite surprised to sort of not hear very much about it in Cornwall over the weekend. I know a school in Plymouth has been left exposed due to this, and I was just wondering if Cornwall Council or even Cornwall as a whole was exposed to this collapse.
Thank you, Councillor Frost. There's no projects that I know of off the top of my head, but I will go and ask the question. Certainly, first point of call there is to make sure, from my point of view, there's no capital projects in terms of SPF town deal or anything like that. I'm not aware of any at the moment, but I'll get back to you.
Do you have a supplementary?
Yeah, I do. Does he agree with me that the chair should look into not putting hands up to speak, but actually using the touch screen as well when the technology works?
Yeah, if you want.
Councillor Candy.
Another one for Councillor Donathorne, I'm afraid. Will you investigate increasing the number of car parking and ordinary parking enforcement officers by increasing their pay and conditions and active recruitment, rather than outsourcing car park enforcement to an out-of-county provider, thus keeping the money in Cornwall? We need a full complement of enforcement officers, not only to look at what is happening in our car parks, but also to patrol our roads and enforce double yellow lines, etc., etc.
Councillor Donathorne.
Thank you, Councillor Candy, for your question. So, yes, I would certainly look at any review into the banding scales to ensure what we can do to increase the recruitment, but crucially actually retention of enforcement officers. We are currently understaffed in that role. Those details went to the most recent overview and scrutiny committee for economic growth and development. It's not a new issue to struggle with recruitment and retention of enforcement officers, and I always take the opportunity, and I will do so now, to call on all councillors to give their full support to these enforcement officers working across Cornwall. It is a role where our enforcement officers face abuse and intimidation, and it clearly is not acceptable. And so I always use the opportunity I can to thank them for what they do across Cornwall and for them being in their post. I will look at any report that comes to me about the banding and scales to see if that can have a material impact on improving the recruitment and retention of enforcement officers. And if that report comes to me, we can try and have those conversations through the budget setting process. I'm looking at Councillor Harris. But one of those issues that we do look at is how we kind of bring in different people and try and extend that kind of recruitment drive to wider audiences. When I was in the post last time, I worked with Councillor Gardner in trying to open those opportunities to veterans groups and those who have left the services to see if that's kind of a career change that they wanted to make. So I'm open to suggestions. I welcome and I invite all councillors in the chamber. If you have suggestions, please write to me. Let's meet. In terms of the other point that you raised about the decentralisation of assets, of which is cross-departmental, car parks are one aspect of. One of the significant advantages if kind of that policy is pursued is, of course, if that decentralisation of assets went forward, what actually that would do would be allow those car parks to use technology that exists, that just government hasn't added to an approved set of devices that can be used by local authorities, which obviously requires legislative change. I did write off the back of the last scrutiny committee meeting. I wrote to Jane Kirkham to see if she can write a letter to the Minister, which I'm very, very grateful to Jane, which she has done. I am awaiting a response on that. But if we were to decentralise some of those assets, it would essentially allow that at least to use that technology, which I would therefore hope that enforcement officers can be freed up from some of those car parks, many of them kind of rural, off the beaten track, and actually hope get them into our town centres and our villages and actually tackle obstructive parking and on-street parking, which causes a real issue for so many residents, which I'm sure we all get emails and calls on.
Do you have a supplementary?
Yes, Chair. I believe for example, if these enforcement officers were paid as much as the Chief Exec, then we would suddenly get a lot of people applying for the job. So, and I do hope that they are also supported with their mental health, because I am aware that they do suffer from a lot of abuse. But also flexible working hours, etc., can help in those duties. However, I am concerned about the potential outsourcing to the upcountry companies. I did attend the OSC.
Time.
Councillor Donathorne knows. But we need to keep the money in Cornwall.
Councillor Donathorne.
Thank you, Councillor Candy. I know I suggested that people come to me with suggestions, but I'm not entirely sure that we could increase the pay banding in that scale. Councillor Harris, I think, would have a rather large shout at me in this chamber if I did suggest that. But I absolutely, flexible working hours, etc. All councillors, if you have suggestions about how we can improve the recruitment and retention of these incredibly important officers, then please do come to me and I will consider that in a wider round, and I will ask Phil Mason and the Strategic Parking Manager to bring me a report on the banding. Just in part, the last point that you referred to about keeping the money in Cornwall, of course, even if car parks were outsourced to an arm's length company, that arm's length company would therefore have to go through a tendering process to which company that they would want to instruct to manage those car parks. But the parking income would be retained by Cornwall Council as the principal highways authority. I just want to make that absolutely clear, because it's what our car parking charges pay for the maintenance and the improvements of our network, including potholes, verges, etc., and the maintenance of our car parks. So that money will stay, those parking charges will stay in Cornwall.
Thank you. I will be sending you an email.
I know that you want to come in, but can you make it brief, please?
Very simple. Councillor Donathorne said that he wasn't sure whether we'd be happy to employ parking attendants on the same salary as the Chief Executive. I would be delighted to, provided they each brought in £400,000 a year. Simple.
Councillor Jenkins.
I'm afraid this is for Councillor Donathorne as well. Having spent most of the summer dealing with issues from my residents because of a major infrastructure project going across the roads for National Grid. First of all, I want to know how much he was aware of this before it actually started happening on the ground, because it certainly wasn't something that was brought to my attention. And in relation to that, is there a way that we could do this better as Cornwall Council? Because I do feel that Cornwall Council has a role as Highways Authority in getting information out to people rather than just relying on the contractors to be able to do it.
Barbara, you want to come in?
Yeah, I just wanted to say welcome to my world in Redruth, because we have something similar going on in Redruth over, would you believe, the Christmas period. Hurrah. where Wales and West are digging up stuff. And I was very annoyed that as one of the local Cornwall councillors, I knew nothing about it. But just to assure you, I have actually already had this conversation with Councillor Donathorne, so I won't steal his thunder. But well, I will then. But we have exactly the same issue.
Councillor Donathorne.
Thank you, Councillor Ellenbrook. Councillor Jane, thank you. Obviously, I don't know the specifics of the project in your division. I don't know the timescale of when that was. But in terms of the substantive of the point that you raised, as Councillor Ellenbrook has just alluded to and explained in detail, actually the legislative framework that covers, so for example, the issue that we have in Redruth at the minute is utilities companies doing work, requiring street closures, doing the works, etc. We, as a Principal Highways Authority, we have very limited scope over how we can influence that. So it is actually an issue that I raised last week with the team to see what legislative changes might be necessary, and therefore working with our 6 Cornish MPs to try and secure that if necessary. But in short, we have very limited powers and abilities to do much about that, as is evidenced in the case that I know in Redruth. I don't know the specifics of yours, but please write to me and we can go through it in detail.
Do you have a supplementary?
I do. National Grid, major grid infrastructure developments. Apparently they did a consultation 2 years ago in Camborne. Didn't notify anyone with any local members about it. I do think there is a role for Cornwall Council in liaising with National Grid to get better upfront consultation. I totally understand, you know, our highways can't say no to them going and digging up and closing the roads, which again is an issue when there's a lack of understanding about how the rural roads are used. But if I could have your commitment that you will take this forward with National Grid, that would be very helpful.
Councillor Donathorne. Yes,
I'm very happy to. Of course, you know, infrastructure and development in Cornwall is a good thing in the vast majority of cases, as Councillor Jenkins is agreeing. But yes, of course, I will speak with the team and see what we can do to engage with these external bodies to see, although the legislation you know, doesn't require much consultation and engagement with the Highways Authority, you know, we will use the usual channels available to us, including directors within these external organisations, to see if we can get that better working relationship, to see if we can get that on the front foot rather than the back foot. Very happy to commit to that.
Councillor Nolan.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure, this is for the Cabinet Member for Antisocial Behaviour, which I think is Councillor Mould. Councillor Mould, you'll be aware that the Home Office has given Truro Police money for dealing with hotspots of antisocial behaviour and shoplifting in the city. They've identified 4 areas, 3 in the centre, which I think is predictable, but surprisingly one of them is the area here, surrounded by roughly New County Hall to Sainsbury's, an area that we previously had no crime, really, or negligible crime. I wonder if the Cabinet Member can tell me why this area has suddenly become a hotspot for antisocial behaviour and criminal and shoplifting, and what we are doing to assist the police in dealing with it.
Councillor Mould.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Specifically, I can't tell you why exactly, but I'm sure there will be a reason to do, which I will find out and reply to you in an email if I may. Our ASB teams, as you know, work really hard, and they have been recognised recently with in the second year running an award from the Devon and Cornwall Police, which we're very proud of. But I guess they will have been something raised with them, a particular problem that perhaps we have in this area that we need to look at more closely. I can't specifically tell you what that is. I suspect I have an idea, but I would have to go and have the facts around that. And if you're happy, I would like to reply to you that via an email. Thank you very much.
Do you have a supplementary? Councillor Colin Morton.
Thank you, Chair. It's a question for Councillor Ellenbrook. I've been hearing some rumours that, as we know, some of the multi-academy trust chains that have been moving in, taking over schools around Cornwall, have got a real rigid disciplinarian ethos, which kind of runs counter to a lot of what we were saying earlier on about catering for people's special needs. A lot of the most experienced teachers in some of those schools have been leaving. Now, I had heard from some people it was just, well, I didn't really feel it was my style, and I decided it was time for a move. But I'm now hearing that there's actually people being pushed out, forced out, manoeuvred out, and use of taxpayers' money to pay for non-disclosure agreements for sort of settlements where people have been manipulated out in inappropriate ways and then paid a fee and to sign an NDA, go away and you'll get a good reference to go somewhere else, and you can go quietly, otherwise we'll end up sacking you. So my question to you is, have you heard anything about that? And could you and your team ask every multi-academy trust in Cornwall whether they are using non-disclosure agreements for dealing with any of their staff? Because I think NDAs have been really given a bad rap over the last few years. They're really not something that we should be using anymore for taxpayer-funded money. So can you look into that, please?
Councillor Ellenborough.
I have to say, Councillor Martin, that's the first I've heard of it, and I've not been made aware of it by anybody from the team. What would be useful if you could actually send me some facts of what you have been told. That makes it much easier to investigate. But again, if you give me that information, I will pass it on, and I will hopefully be able to come back to you. Thank you.
Do you have a supplementary? Councillor Rogerson.
Thank you, Chair. My question is for Councillor Monk. Do you believe, Councillor Monk, that Cornwall Housing should be a good neighbour? I ask because, although this sounds parochial, there are enough occasions for me to think it's possibly a policy issue. So I'm aware that the policy is not to cut down or even trim back healthy trees, and I understand that. But I have a number of occasions now where very large trees are causing quite a lot of distress to families over the lack of light, but also interfering with signals so that they can't get any signals in their home. So in the same way that we as people would try to do something about that, if it was our neighbour, I'd like to think anyway, should Cornwall Housing be a good neighbour?
Councillor Monk.
Yes, of course they should be a good neighbour, and I hope that they would be. I know they do have an estate management team in place to cover most estates where they do have quite a lot of social housing. There may well be I don't know the case in instance, and I'm more than happy if you point it out, I'll look into it for you. But there could be a whole host of reasons why they're not trimming back a particular tree that grows onto someone's property, for instance. Sometimes that's the responsibility of the property owner themselves. They're allowed to cut it back. I wouldn't like to speculate unless I've got it in front of me, but I'm more than happy to work with you to achieve the outcome that you and your residents want.
Do you have a supplementary?
No, I'm grateful for that. Thank you.
I have Councillor Donathorne written down here.
I wanted to ask the Cabinet Member for Transport. No. Yes, thank you. There was a precedent set by Councillor Harris a few months ago that Cabinet Members can ask questions. So is that all right if I ask a question?
Well, looks like it.
Thank you.
My cake's,
Very, very good. Colleagues, my reason for leaving the meeting earlier was that in 2 weeks' time, we are very excited to have a new arrival to our family. But I had a conversation actually with one of our midwives as I walked into the hospital about the Women and Children's Hospital unit that was going to be built. And this is not a party political issue. I know Ben Maguire and others have raised this really important point in Parliament. And actually I know our Labour MPs, including Jane Kirkham, also know how important the Women and Children's Hospital unit is that it's built. I had a very interesting conversation with one of our midwives who was just describing actually how the importance of it and actually how the team at the Trust have all fed into that process. And it's really concerning as a future new parent that we could lose that huge infrastructure investment in our hospital. So my question is to my Cabinet colleague, Andy Ver, to see whether, I know it's not within your portfolio, but as a Cabinet Member for Public Health, knowing the importance of this work, whether you could engage with our Members of Parliament and write to your counterparts to make sure that the government know just how important it is that the staff, existing and future parents of Cornwall, are able to enjoy the benefits of that new Women and Children's Hospital unit for Cornwall.
Councillor Ver.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Cabinet colleague, for the question. I know it is a concern, not just for new parents, but particularly for the staff who've been working on this project for a number of years, and wider concern of the residents in Cornwall. It's really important that we have excellent maternity services, one of the most high-risk areas of healthcare, and buildings and modern facilities are part of that. I know that previously the executive team have visited the Health Scrutiny Committee and presented it to Health Scrutiny, and it's had its full support from the committee, and I'd be very happy to extend my support in writing to Secretary of State to outline the importance of this. I know that the Trust is hoping that although the project's under review, a final decision has not been made, and they've released a statement to that effect today, highlighting their hope that it will get over the line. And if I can offer any support to that, I'll be happy to do that.
Do you have a supplementary?
No, but just very quickly, before I do go into paternity leave, I just want to thank Anita, yourself, the leader, and all of the officers who have helped facilitate that. It's a really important process for new parents, including fathers, and I'm very grateful for all the work that's been done to allow me to have that time off with my family.
Councillor Arras, you were waving your arm around.
Indeed I was, Ma'am. It's a question for Councillor Ellenbrook. You were asked a question a few minutes ago by Councillor Martin about multi-academy trusts. As Cornwall Council, do we have any control or power over multi-academy trusts?
Councillor Ellenbrook.
Well, right, okay. Yes and no. So I think it's another one of those things that we need to get the information from Councillor Martin first, but we do have a way in which we engage with our multi-academy trusts, but it's not the same way that we engage with local authority schools, because they are, for want of a better word, independent of the local authority. So we have some influence, but not the same as if it was a local authority school.
Do you have a supplementary?
Yes. Sorry, there's a difference between influence and control. If all we have is influence, then somebody else has control, and it's to those people that Councillor Martin, I apologise, Colin, should be addressing that question.
No reply to that, is there really? No. Councillor Martin.
Thank you for letting me have a second question. Councillor Ver, thank you for the information you've just given us there about the situation at Trelisk. For people in South East Cornwall, are you able to give us any update on, were there any plans for improvements at Derriford Hospital that were in the pipeline that we thought might get funded that now potentially are in jeopardy too? And for the bit that you just mentioned at Trelisk, was it funding that had been confirmed by the previous government that's now been withdrawn, or was it sort of an unconfirmed promise that kind of dragged on and on but never quite actually got confirmed before the election?
Councillor Ver.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. I'm not here to speak for the NHS of Cornwall or Devon, but happy to lend my support in encouraging them to spend the money correctly.
Councillor Moran, do you have a supplementary?
Well, I think I was trying to just expand on what was being said there. You were happy to answer a question from the Cabinet member about the financial situation with the improvements at Trelisk. I've just asked you to clarify it, and now you decide that it's not worthy of your time. But people can read into that what they like.
Let me help you understand the difference. I was responding to information I've been given about a decision taken by a government in respect of the local NHS. You're asking me to give you information about what the approach was of the local NHS when I don't stand here to represent the local NHS. So there's a subtle difference. I'm sorry if you didn't understand it.
Yeah, sorry if I wasn't clear. Yes, my question was, do you know, as the portfolio holder for health and social care, do you know whether the funding was confirmed and has been withdrawn by the new government, or was the funding never confirmed?
Councillor Ver.
As far as I'm aware, I'm not the portfolio for health and social care. I'm portfolio for care and wellbeing, which covers portfolios in adult social care and public health. So I don't stand here to represent the local NHS. Sorry, Colin.
Councillor Barnes.
I asked a very similar question at a Unison meeting recently, and they said it was what's called a Boris promise.
Okay, there being no more questions, Councillor Candy.
If I can get a quick one in for housing, I understand some of the Cornwall housing properties that have been in disrepair are awaiting sign-off by electricians, etc., and gas engineers for safety after all the work has been done. Can you look into this and come back? I believe there are delays of up to 3 months waiting for safety sign-off after the void repairs have been completed.
Councillor Monk.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Candy, for that. I know we've been doing quite a lot of work on voids, and on average now the turnaround is 60 days, down from 82 days previously. However, there are some properties, that are more complicated. If you know these properties and where they are, again, I'm more than happy to work with you, because an empty home is a home that could be housed by a local family. So obviously it's of utmost concern to me that we drive down the void waiting times and get them turned around and into a habitable state again and get tenants in there. So anyone, from any walk about part of the council who wants to email me that, I'll work with them on specific addresses and find out from Cornwall Housing exactly why that property has been empty for so long and give you a satisfactory response that at least you can go to your residents and explain to them, because they don't see it that way. They just see it as a house as empty. Why has it not got a family in it? So I'm more than happy to work with you.
We are no longer corporate, so we're closing the meeting as of 16:17. Thank you.